जश्न है अर्श खुदा पर और खुशहाल है कुल दुनिया, दिल मोमिन का शाद है चेहरा मुनकिर का उतरा। तेरा रजब आई है तो फिर क्यों कर हो खामोश, आज के दिन खुद काबा भी हंस कर देता है सदा। अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली 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 मौला अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली। When we see the house of our Lord Ali, when we see the crack on that wall Ali, for the Kaaba was his cradle Ali, his birth started the chanting of Ali. Ain lam ya etched in my heart Ali, these three letters made the three Sheikh Ali. The date of 1-3 in Rajab Ali, his love leads me to 313 Ali. Ali Ali Mawla Ali Ali Mawla Ali Ali Mawla Ali 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 Mawla Ali Ali Mawla Ali Ali Mawla Ali। रब के वली से जाहिर कीजिए यूं भी अपना प्यार, आमद हैदर के मौके पर कम अज कम एक बार शुक्र का सजदा करना है ये दिल में सोचे हुए। रब ने दिखाया फिर से हमें ये खुशियों का तहेवार। अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली 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 मौला अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली। सिर्फ यही एक मशवरा है दुनिया वालों को मेरा, कोई मुसीबत जब आएगी याद इसे करना, उक्दा खुशाई के लिए देना सिर्फ सदा उसको हो, मुश्किल में जो आसरा है हर एक पैगंबर का। अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली 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 मौला अली अली मौला अली अली मौला अली। حب علي فوز الشيعي غدايا، فامدد لي في يوم حسابي يدا، وانقذني من نار جحيم وهوال، رمت شفيعا غير إمام الهدى، إن صلاتي ثم صيامي إذا لم يشفع لي حيدر ضاعت سدايا، يشهد ربي أن بروحي له حبا دوما قلبي فيه شدا، صر الهادي أنت مرادي علي 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 مولى علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي। عرش کا گوہر علی علی، زہرا کا شوہر علی علی، حسنین کا بابا علی علی، تو قبر کے باہر جو کر لے تیری قبر کے اندر علی 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 مولا علی علی مولا علی علی مولا علی 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 مولا علی علی مولا علی علی مولا علی۔
If there's one thing we share, we the lovers of the ones under the cloak, it's that pride we feel whenever we are reminded. It's unique, a positive, warm feeling steeped in gratitude. Deep down, we all know we're not worthy, but the warmth in the heart, the pride we feel when we hear his name and claim him as our own, as Islam's first and not fourth. The pride we feel when people like Dr. Henry Stubb describe him as just in all his actions, or Gerald de Gouy when he says he was brave in battle, true to his friends and magnanimous to his foes, or Wilfred Madelung, who praises the generosity he showed to his defeated enemies, or Charles Mills, who describes him as the Aaron of a second Moses. The list goes on. Thomas Carlyle, Edward Gibbon, Sir William Muir, Simon Oakley, Washington Irving, George Jordac, and on it goes. But how have so many failed to see the gate to the city? How did they miss the one who lifted the gate of Khaybar, the one whose door was left unlocked, the one who gave charity as he bowed, the one who walked away from Marhab, the one who slept in the Prophet's bed, the one who didn't run away, the one who counselled his enemies, the peak of eloquence, the champion at Badr, Uhud, Khandaq and Hunain, who fed the poor at night, the father of the youth of paradise, the one who was begged to lead, the dot under the bar, the Naba al-Azim, the one and only born inside the Kaaba. If that's not enough, turn to chapter 2 verse 207, or maybe 781 or 2082. If not, how about 58:12 or 13:43? Try 66:4, 3:6, 4:54, 4:83, 76:8, 42:23, 5:3, 5:54, 5:55, 33:33. How can they not see? O Prophet, deliver what has been revealed to you from your Lord, and if you do not do it, then you have not delivered his message, and Allah will protect you from the people. This day have I perfected for you your religion and completed my favor on you, and chosen for you Islam as a religion. Who are these verses about? 1400 years separate us, but he is forever our pride and honor. We claim him as ours. They kill us for it, but we still remain. When we embrace him, logic and ration soon fade away. Insane exaggerators we are often labeled, but drink from his fountain and taste for yourself. As he said to Kumail, what sprinkles on you flows within me. He is Nafs al-Rasul, Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam al-Muttaqeen, Madhar al-Ajaib, Asadullah al-Ghalib, Maulana Ali ibn Abi Talib. Most of us know we're not worthy, but he is still our King and glory.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters, esteemed and distinguished speakers and moderators. To those of you who are tuning in, we appreciate you and we welcome you to the Imam Ali and Spirit of Reform Conference. We have a day full of entertainment, learning, and reflection ahead of us. But before we start, I want to give you some information. This initiative was spearheaded by Sayyid Jawad Qazwini and in partnership with Ahlul Bayt TV, the Universal Muslim Association of America, and in collaboration with 35 organizations from all over the world. Our official sponsor for the event is the Baron Hotel and Restaurants, which is a very fine facility I have visited on many occasions. I encourage you all to visit the Baron the next time you have the honor to travel to Kerbala. Please go ahead and share the link to the conference with all your friends and family so we can increase the reach of this transformative event. To find more information about this conference and a full list of those we've collaborated with, please visit conferenceimamali.com. And don't forget to get that hashtag Imam Ali 2021 viral on social media. There is no script more divine than the Holy Quran. And to bless our event, we will begin with a beautiful recitation by Qari Farid Najafi, who's joining us from Toronto. Brother Farid, the floor is now yours.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن للمتقين مفازا حدائق وأعنابا وكواعب أترابا وكأسا دهاقا لا يسمعون فيها لغوا ولا كذابا لا يسمعون فيها لغوا ولا كذابا جزاء من ربك عطاء حسابا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن للمتقين مفازا حدائق وأعنابا وكواعب أترابا وكأسا دهاقا لا يسمعون فيها لغوا ولا كذابا جزاء من ربك عطاء حسابا رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما الرحمن لا يملكون منه خطابا يوم يقوم الروح والملائكة صفا لا يتكلمون إلا من أذن له الرحمن وقال صوابا. لا يتكلمون إلا من أذن له الرحمن وقال صوابا. ذلك اليوم الحق فمن شاء اتخذ إلى ربه مآبا. إنا أنذرناكم عذابا قريبا. يوم ينظر المرء ما قدمت يداه ويقول الكافر يا ليتني كنت ترابا. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والشمس وضحاها والقمر إذا تلاها والنهار إذا جلاها والليل إذا يغشاها والسماء وما بناها والأرض وما طحاها ونفس وما سواها فألهمها فجورها وتقواها. قد أفلح من زكاها. قد أفلح من زكاها وقد خاب من دساها. كذبت ثمود بطغواها. كذبت ثمود بطغواها. إذ انبعث أشقاها فقال لهم رسول الله ناقة الله وسقياها. فكذبوا كذبوه فعقروها فدمدم عليهم ربهم بذنبهم فسواها ولا يخاف عقباها صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
MashaAllah, Brother Farid. Those vocal cords are made of gold. Immensely talented, MashaAllah. May Allah bless him for that beautiful recitation. Next, I'm pleased to introduce the founder of this initiative, my elder brother and one of my mentors, Sayyid Jawad Qazwini. Sayyid Jawad will be giving his welcoming address along with speaking on the concept of reform within the Holy Quran. Sayyid Jawad, you could take over from here.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. More than 30 بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. More than 35 organizations, 2 esteemed partners, 54 superstar presenters, an accomplished sponsor, a hard-working, tireless, and dedicated team, along with endless love and admiration for our master Maulana wa Sayyiduna Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali, made the vision of having a universal and all-inclusive conference turn into a reality. I am thankful to Allah Azza wa Jal, the Almighty, which has blessed us with His aid and granted us this great success. A special thank you to all the respected moderators and esteemed panelists who kindly did not refuse my humble invitation. And thank you. Thank you all for joining us today. I would like to quickly go over why we should all be proud of what is about to unfold this morning. Number 1, converts, African Americans, Khojas, Iranians, Iraqis, Lebanese, Indians, Pakistanis, British, Aussies, Americans, you name it, amongst many others, are all equally represented in this program. Our community has come together. Therefore, we must here and now put an end to all forms of prejudice and discrimination in our community centers, mosques, and social religious gatherings, especially when we come together in the name of Islam, the Quran, and the Ahlul Bayt. Number 2, in this initiative, we looked beyond what divides our community. Things such as political inclinations, or even differences on marji'iyya and leadership. It didn't matter who you follow as your marji' or where you stand politically. Individuals and organizations were welcomed based on their merits and achievements in serving our community in the best of their abilities. And I cannot stress this point enough. Let us please stop labeling our community leaders and activists by emphasizing on what we do not have in common. Number 3, this initiative does not only echo the admiration of the Ithna Ashari Shia Muslims, but Shia from all schools of thought, Sunni Imams, and even non-Muslim religious leaders. Imam Ali belongs to humanity, to all the free in this world. Soon, the Holy Father, the Pope of Rome, will visit the sacred shrine of Imam Ali in the holy city of Najaf, welcomed by His Eminence, the Grand Marja'. Let us learn from those 2 great leaders coming together. I hope this sets off an alarm, which should have gone off a long time ago for some Islamic centers in the West. 30, 40 years without working with non-Muslims, or even hesitant in opening their doors to them. Similarly, a message of peace to all the Abrahamic faiths, churches and synagogues. Let us embrace one another without having to pressure one another and compromising our cardinal beliefs. Number 4, in this initiative, as you shall see, the moderators are all youth, and the panelists are mostly amongst the young scholars and professionals who have displayed unprecedented achievements in the past. I am proud to say we have found the future leaders, and now they are in control. For many years, this phenomenon was ignored, and that is why our Islamic centers, gatherings, and programs seem to only cater to senior citizens. Thus, we all look forward to seeing more youth engagement at our centers, to ensure a bright future for the religion of Islam in the West. Number 5, lastly, this program goes to show our community is no longer in dire need of physical buildings, as they are in need of knowledge, lessons, guidance, and solutions coming from individuals within those buildings. Having a large or even luxurious facility is no longer enough. People are thirsty to discuss politics, economy, mental health, social media, interfaith, and maybe even enjoy a halal comedy show at those facilities. Let us make sure that those beautiful, and at times not so beautiful, facilities and buildings are put into good use and on a daily basis, catering to the needs of our beautiful, loyal, kind, and generous community. When we first chose the title, Imam Ali and the Spirit of Reform, for this conference, some people were hesitant, maybe even scared of such vocabulary. I hope my clarifications now have helped better understand the theme of our first annual conference. Please enjoy today's sessions and forgive us for any shortcomings. May Allah bless you all. Ya Ali Badad.
Thank you for bearing with us through those technical difficulties. We apologize for that. Sayyid Jawad, thank you so much for that impactful and touching speech. Reform is the main theme we're encompassing in this conference, and it really is pivotal for the progression of any community looking to achieve success. Our next panel is focused on the politics of the Middle East. I know, a very touchy subject. Western media outlets largely overlook the Gulf Cooperational Council's relationship with Iran and Iraq. In the past few years, we've seen a rise in tensions between these two nations, these multiple nations. High-level assassinations, mass protests and riots, attacks on major sources of petroleum. Yeah, that's why your gas price is high. And ongoing cyber warfare. This all begs the question, can the Gulf Cooperational Council ever coexist with Iran and Iraq? We continue to pray for everlasting peace within the region and hope that we as Muslims could put our differences aside and just forget geopolitical rivalries and truly come together under a spirit of brotherhood. I personally look forward to this panel and hope to take away a lot of new information from it. Brother Muhammad Samak, the floor is now yours. I can't hear him. Dude, what?
My apologies. I guess the audio wasn't on. Once again, Assalamu alaikum, dear guests. My name is Muhammad Samak. I'm the president of Muslim Youth in Motion. We're an organization in Vancouver, Canada. We cater to the youth worldwide and service the youth worldwide. I'm joined today by Sayyid Haidar, respected Sayyid Haidar Al-Khou'i, and respected brother Sajjad Jiyad. They're very well known for their political expertise, and their extensive bios are available within our conference postings. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to save sharing those bios with you here. Today our discussion is going to be a political discussion, and we are trying to answer the question, and the discussion of our question of discussion here is, can the GCC coexist with Iran and Iraq? Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid Haidar Al-Khou'i and brother Sajjad Jiyad.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
We're so happy for you to join us. Inshallah, we're going to have a interesting and informative discussion here. So I'd like to start off our discussion. And for the, I'm sure that there's going to be a little bit of difference of opinions here, but I'm thinking when it comes to discussing relationships with the GCC, why can't we group Iran and Iraq together? I'll give this question to Sayyid Haidar Al-Khou'i to start us off, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It's an honor and a pleasure to be on this opening panel with you all. And of course, thank you to Sayyid Jawad Al-Qazwini for all his efforts in bringing us together. I think the simple answer to your question is because Iraq and Iran are very different countries with different systems of governance, different people, and different interests. More importantly, when it comes to Iraq, both the Gulf Cooperation Council on one hand and Iran on the other hand compete for influence inside Iraq. And unfortunately, Iraq is one of the many arenas in the Middle East where we see this conflict play out, often at the expense of Iraq itself and its people. And so Iraqis and Iraq is often caught between the regional ambitions of the GCC on one hand and Iran on the other.
Alhamdulillah. So I think for the limited time that we have to discuss this, I think we'll mostly be focusing on Iraq in this discussion, if that's okay with the both of you. So when it comes to the GCC, for those that don't know the GCC, I guess, then it's the Gulf Cooperation Council, and it's made up of the 6 countries: Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and the UAE. So I'll give this question to Brother Sajjad. Why was the GCC formed?
So initially, the idea was to have an economic union that allowed these countries to open up their borders for trade, reduce taxes and tariffs, free movement of labor as well. But with time, they attempted to integrate forms of political cooperation and also economic cooperation. But it hasn't been successful various times because the states differ between each other on how to conduct foreign policy, for example, on security involvements outside of the country and outside of the region. And recently we've had, obviously, as everybody is well aware, the spat between, for example, Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE on issues regarding, for example, Syria and Turkey and Iran and Yemen. And so the GCC at the moment is sort of it splits in terms of political orientation, but certainly it has a lot of economic power. And with the sort of recent thawing in relations between Saudi and Qatar, the hope is for those countries that the economic imperative, they need to be quite cooperative in a difficult period of time for the entire world. We have the pandemic, we had the downturn in oil prices, we've got several security challenges in the region. Will overcome any of the political differences these countries have.
inshallah. Sayyid Haidar, my next question is, why did the 6 GCC countries exclude Iraq, and it being the only Arab Gulf country to be excluded?
I think you have to go back to 1981 when the Gulf Cooperation Council was first formed. 1981, of course, was just 2 years after the Islamic Revolution in Iran and shortly after the start of the Iraq-Iran war. So the GCC formed as a union, although they were very careful not to mention security or military or defense when forming the GCC, but largely was formed because of the perceived threat from Iran. But when it comes to Iraq, the GCC supported Iraq in the war against Iran. They funded Iraq in the war against Iran, but they didn't really want to be fighting the war themselves, and hence Iraq wasn't included. But for them, it was very important, whilst the war was ongoing between Iraq and Iran, for them to make sure the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz was safe for the export of oil. And then, of course, this was in the 80s. And in the 90s, Iraq in 1990 invaded Kuwait. So, of course, joining the GCC wasn't an option. And even after 2003, when the political order in Iraq was changed, by and large, the GCC refused to engage with the political system because of Iran's increased influence in Iraq and the heightened threat the GCC felt inside Iraq.
Very well. That's and Brother Sajjad, do you have anything to add?
No, I think Sayyid Haidar said it very, very well. Obviously, Iraq's aspirations is to be closely tied to the rest of the Arab world, to the rest of the Gulf region. And so I expect with time that Iraq develops its economic relations with Saudi and the UAE. At the moment, it's on a very positive trajectory for relations with Kuwait. And then, if the GCC is still around in, say, a decade, potentially Iraq could become a member. If it's not, then I think something else will take its place. But certainly Iraq is looking forward and aspiring to be part of sort of the wider Arab countries' economic unions.
So it's interesting that you say that Iraq is interested, and they are obviously always wanting to improve their relations. How have they improved their relations in recent years? We'll give this question start us off with Sajjad.
So, I mean, we've had restored diplomatic relations with, for example, Saudi, with Qatar, and several other countries in the rest of the Arab world as well, which were, cut off, some of them, for 20 years plus. So that's been positive. Second, you've had sort of more delegations and trade delegations, governmental officials shuttling between the two countries, participating in sort of exhibitions and trade fairs, things like that. We've had also an increase in numbers, for example, of Iraqi pilgrims going to Hajj and Umrah throughout the year, which has helped to sort of increase cooperation between Iraq and Saudi Arabia. We have now the possibility of, for example, countries like Saudi and UAE being more invested in, especially southern Iraq, in the energy sector, potentially in agriculture. We've had the reopening of the Saudi-Iraqi border for commercial traffic. So, these are all kind of small steps, but the fact is, 15 years ago, relations were non-existent or very, very hostile between, Iraq and several other countries. But I think the trajectory is very positive going forward.
And Sayyid Haidar?
Yeah, I mean, Sajjad was absolutely right in answering the first question, that really there isn't unity within the GCC itself. With the blockade on Qatar, the Saudi-led blockade, you pretty much had Saudi, the UAE and Bahrain on one side, Qatar on the other side, and Kuwait and Oman in the middle trying to restore relations. But despite there not being unity in the broad sense, after 2003, it really was a Saudi decision to not engage with the political process in Iraq, pretty much boycotting Iraq. And in that respect, the rest of the GCC fell in line. Much of the Arab world actually fell in line, again, because of the fear that Iran would use Iraq as a base to threaten their interests, and also, to be frank, very much for sectarian reasons too. But as Brother Sajjad mentioned, in 2015, Saudi Arabia opened its borders. The Ar border crossing, actually just a few months ago, was opened, and that had been closed for over 30 years. So relations have been steadily improving. And actually, much more recently, negotiations between the GCC and Iraq to actually connect the electricity grid from Kuwait to Iraq is going to immensely help Iraq with its chronic shortage of electricity. And it's this very much economic support and integration which will be felt in the summer when we reach peak electricity demand. And of course, this also has a political angle, given Iraq imports so much energy from Iran, and Iraq imports so much energy from Iran, and Iraq wanting to balance its relations in the region. So there's a political dimension to this electricity interconnection, but things are moving in a very positive direction, I think.
Right. So it seems like Iraq has made a lot of efforts to strengthen their relationship, obviously. But is it important for the GCC to include Iraq in these discussions? Brother Sajjad?
I mean, it's not on the agenda at the moment, and I think it's difficult to argue that Iraq has to be involved in sort of every discussion and every topic of GCC meetings. But I would like to think that number one, the GCC countries are interested in developing ties with Iraq. Number two, they realize the importance of working with Iraq on the economic front. There's a lot of potential in Iraq, and even things like coordinating on energy policy, for example, to influence oil prices is immensely important. Beyond that, obviously, we have the issues of security, the issues of sectarianism that affects the entire Middle East, coordination on Syria policy, and perhaps most importantly is the Iraq's relations with Iran and how useful that can be to de-escalate tensions in the entire region. So I think going forward, sort of the GCC countries would like to make best use of their ties with Iraq, but it's as if it takes a bit of time to make a lot of progress. So you get several small steps of progress, but in terms of sort of a strategic shift, it's taking sort of longer than we would expect or would like. But on the sort of Iraqi side, I think everybody's looking forward to having improved ties with many of the countries in the GCC.
So I'm sure that a lot of people around the world will be wondering, like, okay, why is this important? Why does it matter if the GCC coexists with Iran, Iraq? This is a very small or very zoned in issue to the Middle East. So why is it actually important for the rest of the world that the GCC does coexist and live harmoniously with Iran and Iraq? For Sayyid Haidar.
Yeah, that's a good question. The short answer is because over half the world's proven oil reserves lie in this region. So it may be a small region, but it's of vitally strategic importance to the rest of the world. And not just over half the world's proven oil reserves, but around 20% of the entire global oil supply goes through this very narrow Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf. So geographically, it's one of the most strategically important waterways in the world. But furthermore, the Persian Gulf, this region, literally connects Asia with Europe, and it's a massive trading hub as well. If you take the GCC as a whole, it's the 11th largest economy in the world. I mean, comparable to Canada and to Russia. And it's the 4th largest exporter in the world, after only China, America, and Germany. So again, it's very important for trade, it's very important for stability, it's very important for energy security. And lastly, I would just add, given Iraq shares a border with Turkey, many European states consider Iraq a neighbor to Europe. So of course, any instability in the Persian Gulf, any instability in Iraq is going to have a knock-on effect on Europe. And we saw this most recently with the crisis in Syria and the massive influx of millions of refugees fleeing to Turkey and then from there to Europe. And so yes, it's a very small part of the world, but it's extremely important, and that's why everyone's eyes are on this region.
And because of that influence and that, like you said, it is a small region, but it has a huge influence on the rest of the world. Does that have to do with why the Western powers feel threatened by a complete union in the Middle East? Brother Sajjad?
I mean, that may have been true in the past, when, for example, OPEC was formed and led to sort of, oil crisis in the 70s, and there was friction between sort of America and several Middle Eastern countries, in the past decades. But I think that's probably not as important as it was. I mean, so, for example, America is no longer dependent on oil imports from the Middle East. I think, Europe is also making progress with renewable energy. And certainly there is less imperative and even less justification in the eyes of citizens in I think because Iraq, for example, or several countries in the Middle East no longer hold the same importance as they did 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or even 10 years ago. That means that there's going to be less involvement, less attention to the Middle East. And therefore, if some of these countries decide to become part of a union, if they decide to agree on sort of security, I think probably the West is going to pay less and less attention going forward. I'm not saying this is going to happen in a year's time or 2 years, maybe over the next decade and even further ahead. I just think that the Middle East will have to rely on itself more. It will have to look inwards more, be concerned about relationships among each other without a foreign broker like the US, for example. And obviously, the challenge is going to be that a lot of the petrodollar states, in 20 years' time, for example, oil is not going to be as important. The global economy will have moved on, technologies will have moved on. What are these countries going to do? How are they going to keep their economies going? For a country like Iraq, which is 95% dependent on oil sales, what's it going to do if the oil price crashes, or if people just don't want to buy oil anymore? They don't need it anymore. What are they going to do? I think these sorts of questions are going to concern and keep people in the Middle East busy, but not worry so many people based in America or Europe or elsewhere, because they will have moved on from the region.
Sayyid Haidar, are you able to elaborate a little bit more on how the Middle East needs to rely on itself?
I think, again, the situation is very different when it comes to Iraq and Iran. So when we talk about a union being a threat for the West, actually the West is actively encouraging Iraq to have stronger ties with the GCC. And of course, Sajjad is absolutely right on the importance of oil not being as important now as it was 20, 30, or 40 years ago. But of course, a cynical take on the dynamics in the region is that Iran represents a threat to the GCC, without which it would be very difficult for the Americans to justify the sale of so many advanced weapon systems to its Gulf Arab allies. And the numbers, quite frankly, are staggering. Over the last 10 years, 40% of British arms sales were to Saudi Arabia.
Right.
The Saudis are also the biggest importer of arms from America, and almost over $100 billion worth of arms were sold just last year. So even if you take oil out of the equation, there remain strong political, economic, and trade ties with the GCC, which is seen as one of the strongest allies of the West in the region after Israel, of course.
Thank you, Sayyid Haidar. We are running out of time. I'm going to ask this. I'm going to, I guess, speed up the conversation here. Do you ever see a scenario whereby Iraq becomes part of the GCC? I know, Brother Sajjad, you mentioned that it might look something different, but is that a scenario that you see happening?
I mean, there's potential. It could happen. I don't think it's on the cards sort of in the short to medium term. I think, longer term, maybe towards the end of this decade, maybe into the next one, there's certainly potential for that. I think even if Iraq does not join the GCC in a formal sense, it still can be, a partner with the GCC Union. It could improve its relations, trade more, for example, cooperate more. I don't think it necessarily has to be a part formally of the GCC to cooperate with it.
Sayyid Haidar, can I get your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree. Very briefly, I think it's likely Iraq will continue to strengthen its ties with the GCC. We'll see probably more economic, political, possibly even security ties going forward. But I don't think Iraq will ever formally become part of the GCC, mainly for political reasons. I mean, the system of governance in Iraq is entirely different to the monarchies of the Arab Gulf. In Iraq, we have a parliamentary democracy with many competing parties and factions. And it's much more difficult to make these strategic long-term decisions, unlike in the States where such decisions rest with just one man. So beyond this area, we've seen talks with, for example, Jordan and Morocco to join the GCC. And of course, both of those are also monarchies. But I don't think we're going to see Iraq anytime soon. And certainly there are no talks about Iraq becoming a part of the GCC.
We can hope all the nations have a cohesion and a coexistence. So I guess I will, for our discussion today, do you believe, Brother Sajjad, that the GCC can coexist with Iran?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if I believe it can. It has to. It's, they are in the same area. They are neighbors. They cannot avoid each other, and they've managed to survive this far without any sort of wars or anything too dramatic happening. So I think the future holds the potential for more cooperation. Obviously, I think there is a lot of pressure to reach peaceful settlements. The amount of, as I said, I mentioned, the amount of weapons that have poured into the Middle East, the amount of people that benefit from increased tensions between these countries is just horrendous. And I think it makes much more sense for these countries, rather than spending all their money on weapons and increasing hostility amongst each other, to focus on development, to focus on the post-oil future. And so, I think they have to coexist. And at the moment, I think there's more realization that there's a lot of harm being done because of political differences, where actually the differences between peoples in each country are very, very minimal.
Since they have to coexist, I guess I will ask Sayyid Haidar, do you believe that the GCC also has to coexist with Iraq as well?
I think so, yes. And I think we are largely moving in this direction. Of course, with Iran, for the reasons we've already talked about, geography, demographics, politics, it becomes much more difficult. But this current government in Iraq, led by Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi, actually laid out very clearly that balance should be a key pillar in Iraq's foreign policy. And much of this work much of the groundwork for Iraq's improving ties with the GCC was actually laid by former Prime Minister Abadi. So Iraq very much wants to become an anchor in this increasingly chaotic region, not just a battlefield where these regional and international proxy wars are fought. And of course, with Iran, it's not just for the sectarian reasons you often hear in the media and in policy discussions, because one side is Shia, one side is Sunni. Politically on the ground, they are often on opposing sides of conflict, whether it's here in Iraq, whether it's next door in Syria, or whether it's in Yemen. But as Sajjad said, this simply isn't sustainable, and everyone is being harmed from this. And there has to be a different future for all our sakes.
Inshallah, we can always hope and pray, inshallah, that is the case. Well, that concludes our discussion for today. Thank you, Sayyid Haidar. Thank you, Brother Sajjan. We apologize to everyone. We're trying to host this entire conference from all over the world. People from all over the world are joining with different internet connections, and obviously a little bit of difficulties, but please do bear with us. Sayyid Haidar, do you have anything you'd like to share about your work you're doing right now? Sayyid Haidar, did you hear me?
I can't hear the audio.
Oh, you can't hear that. We'll start with Brother Sajjad. Do you have anything you'd like to share about your work or what you're up to these days?
Well, I'm based in Baghdad, so I'm very interested in what's happening here on the ground. I do tend to sort of publish a lot of commentary and think pieces on policy towards Iraq. So I think it'd be good for a lot of people who are concerned about what's going on in the Middle East to read up. Not necessarily what I write, but to read up a little bit more, to be more informed of what's going on. And I think once obviously travel is normalized and people can travel again, I think people will be surprised to see that Iraq has a lot of potential and it's maybe not as bad as what they make out in the press. Inshallah, people come to Ziyara, people come to visit Baghdad and elsewhere in Iraq and see that there's actually a lot of potential here with obviously young people, but as a whole country, I think there is complete confidence that it will recover from the dark days that we've had in the past.
Inshallah. I encourage anyone who's interested in the political discussion to follow Brother Sajjad Jihad on Twitter. He's very active. Sayyid Haidar, is there anything you'd like to share about the work that you're doing currently, or what you're up to these days?
So I'm also based in Baghdad, and I'm actually setting up a think tank called the Middle East Council, which will cover very much the same topics we're talking about today, but not a think tank in the traditional sense of just publishing studies and papers, actually creating a platform and a venue to have track 2 dialogue initiatives where we can bring in neighbors from around Iraq to sit together and to discuss these highly sensitive topics away from the media spotlight.
Inshallah. And Sayyid Haidar is also very active on Twitter. So if you are interested in what they have to share, inshallah, please do follow them. Inshallah, that concludes our discussion. Once again, I'd like to just share that I'm part of an organization called Muslim Youth in Motion. We're trying to get as much traction as we can. And service to youth. We have a lot of great programs. Please look out for us on Instagram. We're always posting, trying to get the next, I'm trying to be involved and help the youth as much as we can worldwide, inshallah. Thank you, everyone. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
can't explain. I've tried, but I'm tongue-tied. Inside of me, a part of me tried to hide from the mighty figure that is Ali. For before him, I am meaningless, worthless, knowing that nothing is worth less than a man who feels he is too great for the love of Ali. Like a man whose hatred for Ali outweighs his mental capacity. Like a man who fears love and his connection to divinity. For there's nothing like a man who was the first to heed Ahmed's revelation and accept divinity. A man who from his cradle never prostrated to an idol, unsurprising when his cradle was the symbol of God's unity. A man whose sword struck through Amr ibn Widd al-Amri, who lifted the gate of Khaybar because only Allah was greater, who stood on Muhammad's shoulders as he destroyed idolatry, whose scale of justice was such that he would not sleep full when others were hungry, such that he would carry his sword by his side to seek to murder poverty. A man whose love has made kings of an oppressed minority and still allows it to spill into the ummah in its entirety. It surprises me, not that his birth lit the Kaaba, rather Ali split my heart in two. Stepped inside, built a shrine, golden dome that became like home, a sanctuary for lovers and sinners, beggars and preachers, losers and keepers, winners and weepers. It'll make prophets out of disbelievers, make the broken-hearted who fear love more than hell itself become love itself, in love with the Prince of Believers. Ali, Ali, the beacon of truth and the walking Quran. He is the book in flesh in the Bible, Torah and Psalms. Let his name sit on the tongues of those who seek prosperity, because a lifetime can be lived in the call of Ya Ali. His name is not confined to the walls of Najaf. I hear it on the tongues of all. Whenever justice is sought out, for the name of Ali they call. When a soul weeps for stolen land, I hear that soul cry out for Ali. When skin becomes a burden, I hear that skin cries out for Ali. When cages are force-fed children, I hear the children call out Ali. When the sea cannot carry souls to refuge, I hear the sea call out Ali. In the prisons I hear Ali. In the ghettos I hear Ali. Where there is poverty I hear Ali. Where there is destruction I hear Ali. In fearful hearts I hear Ali. In broken hearts I hear Ali. Where there is death I hear Ali. And where there is hope I hear Ali. For Ali is a symbol to all of God's infinite justice and never-ending mercy. And know this, wherever there is Ali, rest assured that there will be nothing but victory.
MashaAllah, brother Nuri, amazing words. And also an amazing informative panel. I took away a lot of important details concerning the topic, and I'm really sure the rest of our viewers did as well. We continue to pray for peace and tranquility in the Gulf region, Iran and Iraq, and around the world. This next panel will give us deep insight on how people can live and coexist in harmony. Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam said, "A person is either your brother in faith or your counterpart in humanity." This hadith befits our next panel titled Interfaith Discourse, Imam Ali, a leader for humanity. I'd like to now take the time to open up the floor for our moderator, Sister Hidayah Nawi. Sister Hidayah, the floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Hidayah Nawi, and I'm honored to be all of you guys. Afternoon, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. Thank you so much. Inshallah, this panel is of some benefit you all. I'm extremely honored to be joined by Sheikh Ramadan and Father Christopher Clohessy, who I'm sure, you know, neither of these people need an introduction, but just in case, Father Christopher Clohessy is a Catholic priest who holds a PhD in Arabic and Islamic Studies from the Pontifical Institute for Arabic and Islamic Studies. He is at present a resident faculty member at the same institute, where he's a professor of Shi'i Islamic Studies. He is a including the daughter of Muhammad, My Heart, the narrative of Zainab, daughter of Ali, and Angels Hastening, Karbala Dreams. In 2021, Half of My Heart, the narratives of Zainab, daughter of Ali, was nominated by the Book Authority in conjunction with CNN and Forbes as one of the 95 most important books on Islamic history. And in February 2021, Father Clohessy was awarded the Islamic Republic of Iran's 28th National World Book Award in the category of Distinguished Researcher. Well-deserved indeed. Sheikh Muhammad Ramadan is the chairman of Ramadan Foundation, a senior member of the Majlis al-Shura of the Markazi Jama'at overseas, which is the largest body representing Muslims in the UK. High media profile focused on Islamic knowledge to both Muslims and non-Muslims alike. He's delivered lectures throughout the world on a variety of topics, including the role of Muslims in the West, interfaith and peaceful coexistence. Assalamu alaikum to both of you.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sheikh Ramadan, let's start with you. You are a lover of Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam who is not a Shia. Some would say that's a contradiction in terms. How do you respond to that?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank Sayyid Jawad Qazwini, my beloved brother, his team, and everyone for organizing this much needed conference, celebrating the life and the legacy and the birth of Amir al-Mu'mineen, Khalifatul Rasul, As-Sadiq al-Akbar, Al-Faruq al-Azam, Sayyidina Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib, the father of Hassanain Karimain. The question that you asked by default has been answered by many people, and I've answered it myself on many occasions, and that is that Imam Ali alayhi salatu wasalam does not belong to one specific group or denomination. He is for every human being. And being a person who comes from Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, or the traditions of Sunni Islam, it is embedded within our hadith literature that la yuhibbuka illa al-mu'min wa la yubghiduka illa al-munafiq, that only a believer will love you, Ali, and only a munafiq, only a person of hypocrisy would hate you. So by default, as a Muslim, it is incumbent upon him, yani al-muwaddata. I don't want to go through all of the verses of the Quran and the hadith, but by default, loving Imam Ali is a sign of Iman. Having hatred towards him is a sign of those people who are hypocrites, and we pray for them that Allah guides them. And basically, I call myself that we are from the Madrasa of the Ahlul Bayt. Anyone that loves Imam Ali, that loves the Ahlul Bayt, that loves Sayyidah Fatima, Salamullah alayha, belongs to this madhab. And this is a time for Muslims from all different denominations. And today is an example that even people who are Christians, all of us can come together for a common denominator, as we will see in the forthcoming weeks. Very less than a week or 8 days from now, His Holiness Pope Francis will be making the historical visit to Imam Ali's Rawda and visiting various places. So I think Imam Ali doesn't belong to one person, but belongs to everyone. And inshallah, as the program continues, I will share more things with you.
I think there's also this misconception that, you know, every Sunni is a Wahhabi or a Salafi, anything quick thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is a misconception many people have, and that is that Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah is a very diverse, a very rich tradition which has enormous contribution by many scholars for over 1400 years, and you cannot tarnish all of them under the umbrella of a new phenomena, should we say, that lasted less than 200 years. So not the Wahhabis is a sect, an ultra conservative group that originated out of the British invasion of the Arabian Peninsula and so forth. But Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, by its default position, the ones that follow the madhahibs, the ones that follow the Ash'ari and the Maturidi schools, the ones that follow the Imams of Tasawwuf, Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Ghilani, radiyallahu anhu, by default, by its premises, are people who love Imam Ali and are people who have to believe in the Ahlul Bayt.
Yeah, fantastic. Father Clohesi, let me move to you. You're a Catholic priest. What does Imam Ali alayhi salam mean to you, coming from that faith tradition, if anything? How does he compare to the saints, for example, if at all?
Thank you. Well, the definition of a saint in Catholicism, certainly part of the definition, is somebody who has lived virtue heroically. So not just lived a virtuous life, but has lived those virtues, justice, for example, truth, has lived them heroically to the point of heroism. And therefore, Ali, like many others in the Ahlul Bayt, fits in perfectly with that description. Now, I have to confess that I have not read as much about Ali as I have about the extraordinary children that were born to him and to Lady Fatima. And so I am guilty of not knowing as much about him as I ought to. But I also think that Ali has suffered at the hands of Western historians, as has Al-Hassan, not so much Al-Hussein, but Al-Hassan and his father Ali. And this is partly because historians can read facts. They can't always read hearts or motives. And therefore, he has been badly judged by Western historians, and I'm glad that is being redressed now. So I regard him as a man who lived virtue heroically, specifically the virtues that run through the whole of the Ahlul Bayt, and that is the virtue of justice and the virtue of perfect truth in every situation, and that's what attracts me to him.
Thank you for that. Sheikh Ramadan, as we mentioned earlier, you are, someone who loves the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam very deeply, and yet are a member of the Ahlul Sunnah school of thought. Why do you think hostile in cases to the praise of Imam Ali alayhi salam and Ahlul Bayt in general?
I think that's a very interesting question. I think we have to move away from this premises that whether you're from Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah or another denomination, why do you praise and why do you, why do some people, love the Ahlul Bayt? The foundation premise is that we are Muslims ultimately. Before we give these titles that I'm a Shia, I'm a Sunni, I'm this, I'm that, we are Muslims. We follow one Prophet, we follow one Quran, and we have one Deen. We have different interpretations, which is a separate thing. However, ultimately, the Quran has indicated in Surah Al-Muwaddata or Ayatul Muwaddata that it is compulsory, that it is fard to love the Ahlul Bayt. Now, what actually happened was because of historical issues, because of certain controversial issues, because of misrepresentation, misinformation, Imam Ali is a highly controversial individual in the sense that people don't really study him, and that's a great injustice to Imam Ali. When you study his notion, when you study his life, when you study his sacrifices, you realize that he's a man that is far beyond his time. He's a man of he's a supernatural human being, and he's a man of tolerance, and he's a man of everything. However, what happened with the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, unfortunately, was that there was a small group of people from the early times that were known as the Khawarij, the people that went against Imam Ali, that fought against him and his Ahlul Bayt, and the Nawasib. Nawasib is a term in Arabic which is referred to those people that have hatred towards the Ahlul Bayt. And the Prophet said in the hadith very explicitly that there would come a time when there would be people that would love Imam Ali and they would hate Imam Ali. So unfortunately, that is still within Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. But we are seeing a renaissance now. We are seeing a revival that people are, alhamdulillah, now people are, alhamdulillah, coming together to love the Ahlul Bayt and to love Imam Ali. And inshallah ta'ala, I believe that with endeavors like this, conferences like this, where we can bring scholars together, we can minimize that. 30 seconds, my final point would be, one of the main reasons for that misconception from the Shias is because they haven't really studied in depth Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. They haven't studied what Ahl Sunnah stands for in spiritualism and the position of the Ahlul Bayt, but I hope that will change. Jazakallah khair.
Interesting. Agree with you. So on the classy, Sheikh Umar of the Pope wanting to visit, and talk to and have a meeting with Ayatollah Sayyid Sistani, and also, some reports say that he plans to visit the shrine of Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen, inshallah. What are your thoughts on it? How did you feel when you first heard it? And,
Well, here in Rome, we've been hearing this for some time now. And these are really auspicious days we're living in. We're celebrating, of course, the birth of Ali. We're celebrating the demise of Lady Zainab, and we're celebrating the visit of Pope Francis. I haven't heard that he will actually visit the shrine of Ali, but in the end, as that extraordinary recitation by Nouri, Brother Nouri, a few minutes ago said, the name of Ali echoes beyond the walls of Najaf. He will certainly be in Najaf. He will certainly visit Al-Sistani, Ayatollah Al-Sistani, His Eminence. And what you have is the meeting of two minds. These are two men of faith, men of prayer, who both understand how crucial it is to create just structures and just systems in order for peace to happen, because peace doesn't happen just by chance. It happens because intelligent, good people work very hard. And I think that despite the fact that they come from two disparate worldviews and faith traditions, they have a huge amount in common, Francis and Al-Sistani, the Ayatollah, and you have the meeting of two minds, men who have both worked and are known for their work to build justice and peace. And therefore, even if we don't ever get to hear what they discuss, because their discussion will be very much in private, it doesn't matter. It's the symbolism of this meeting. It's a symbolic gesture of these two men who desire peace, meeting each other as brothers. And I think that this is going to be an extraordinary visit. We pray for the safety not only of the Pope, but of everybody there, everybody in Iraq. But I suspect that the symbolism of the visit there, of the discussions with the Ayatollah, who is a crucially important figure, not only in Iraq, but in the whole of the Shi'i and Islamic world, I think this is symbolically one of the high moments of 2021, a high moment in the last few months which have been dreadful for everybody. So I'm delighted about this visit, and I think it means a great deal for the ongoing Catholic-Shi'i dialogue that has been happening between Rome, Tehran, London, a few other places.
So where do you hope to see this sort of go? What is the strengthening, if you will? What are your thoughts on this, on sort of building the bridges, these two faith traditions?
I think the bridges are already quite strong. I think that this initiative is not a beginning, it's a continuation of something that's been happening for some time. Pope John Paul also visited countries where there are substantial numbers of Shia and Sunni Muslims, as well as majority Muslim countries. But I think that part of this is Pope Francis wants to speak to the Iraqi people who have been battered and bruised by so much violence. Even up to this point, they're still being battered by violence. He wants to say to them that they are not a less important nation than any other nation in the world, and that they are not insignificant in their contribution to world history, to culture, to politics, and to faith, that they are not a forgotten nation. In Catholicism, the Pope is primarily a shepherd. And what he is doing is he is going to talk to the Christian community in Iraq, which is a minority, a tiny community. But he's also going to talk to all Iraqis. And that's a crucial message because Iraqis need to know that they are no less important and no less valuable than any other nation. I really dislike the way we've divided the world into first and second and third. I really dislike that, in the same way that I dislike the way we divide the world into east and west, as though there was a great gap between us. And I think that the Pope's visit, part of his visit there, is this gesture to the whole of Iraq as a nation that has suffered so much and needs a word of comfort and a word of something to spur it on to build a future together.
Sheikh Ramadan, do you have any thoughts on this historic visit of the Pope to Ayatollah al-Udma Sistani and Pope Francis?
I think him visiting Iraq is a great, it's very symbolic, extremely symbolic. One, because 2019 in February, the Pope made a historical visit to Abu Dhabi, to the United Arab Emirates. He was welcomed by Imam al-Kabir, the Grand Imam of Azhar Sharif, Sheikh Ahmad Tayyib, Hafidahullah Ta'ala, and Sheikh Ahmad Tayyib and the Holy Father signed an agreement of peace and tranquility and cooperation. And I hope that can also happen between the Pope and Sayyid Sistani. Sayyid Sistani is an extraordinary human being. I've witnessed firsthand the extraordinary work that he's done in Iraq, specifically and especially between sectarianism between Sunnis and Shias in Iraq. He's worked extremely hard in bringing the communities together, in fighting this negative view, calling the Sunni min anfusina and so forth. So I really hope and I really pray that that this meeting between Sayyid Sistani and the Holy Father will be a continuation of bringing the Sunni word Al-Azhar, a continuation of what the Pope signed between Sheikh Ahmad Tayyib. And what I would say to our audience members, specifically amongst the Shias, the youngsters who have, there are some youngsters who, for example, want to make Imam Ali like a normal human being, a normal person. Today is a witness. We are witnessing people from all different parts of the world, all denominations, all backgrounds, celebrating his life, because Imam Ali is beyond sectarian division and beyond these demographics. We have to adhere to this way, but I think it's a very, very great symbolic visit, and we pray for Iraq, and we pray that the whole visit goes very successful, inshallah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, a final question for the both of you. When we talk about reform and the spirit of reform, how do we use Imam Ali alayhi salam as a template for those things, right? What, like, as an example, is one thing that we can take from his life, in your opinion, to use as a template for reform within ourselves, reform in our communities, reform globally? What do you think?
Were you asking me first? So I will try to answer that question. Off the top of my head, I think that many people today who are trying to fight and struggle for truth, for justice, and I come from a country, South Africa, where we went through this many years ago. I think many people who are struggling for truth, for justice, for reform, sometimes feel themselves to be on the losing side. Sometimes it seems as though injustice, unrighteousness, ill treatment has the more powerful position. And I'm sure that Imam Ali, during his life, experienced that emotion, that you felt that you were on the losing side. Everybody seemed to be against you, and yet he never ever wavered from this determination that the truth would be told. And therefore, I come back to the same question that years ago here in Rome, one of the popes said, if you want peace, you have to create justice. This is absolutely true. But if you want justice, you have to have truth. There's no justice without truth. Therefore, reform must begin with governments and religious leaders and anybody else who has any sort of audience speaking and thinking the truth and then being the same in public as they are in private. That's truth. That's real truth. And I am convinced that once we begin to discover truth, we will begin to create justice, reform in matters of justice. And I think that Ali is the model of that he spoke the truth, as did all the members of the Ahlul Bayt, even to the point of shedding of blood. That is crucial for me.
Sheikh Ramadan, any final thoughts?
First of all, again, I want to thank Sayyid Jawad and his team and yourself, Sister Hidayah, and everyone for organizing this much needed conference. What I would say is ultimate reform is that we have to internalize the message of Imam Ali. We have to internalize his message of tolerance, peace, tranquility. One of the greatest examples that I follow of Imam Ali is when he was at the Battle of Siffin, when he was fighting against the forces of Muawiyah, this unwanted battle where many people were killed. And even in the midst of turmoil, in the midst of the height of the battle, he refused to curse his enemies. He refused to swear at his enemies. He refused to condemn them based on the premises of condemnation of taking them out of Islam, excommunicating them. But he prayed for them, and that is the type of tolerance we need in this day and age. We need to come together. For our Shia brothers, we need them to be more tolerant of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. We need them to look beyond the sectarian narratives, to look beyond that saying that Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah is only a small view, or Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah is a Wahhabi view, or Sunnis are this and that. And the Sunnis at the same time, we have to look beyond that. We cannot base our premises of studying and knowing and demonstrating the life of Imam Ali based upon a Shia phobia. We cannot say that we should not praise the Ahlul Bayt. We should not praise the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt because the Shia do this. This is a fallacy. It's something that I condemn. And I give the example that if this is the premises that we should not praise the Ahlul Bayt, then we should not speak about Jesus because Christians follow him, or Musa alayhi salam. So we have to condemn all of this narrow-mindedness. We have to move away from this from this phobia, and we have to. My final message to Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, our viewers, is you have to revive the love of Ahlul Bayt in your life. You have to revive the love of Imam Ali and his family, the Prophet's progeny, into your lives, internalize it, put it into your lives, and change things. And let me finish with one hadith. The Prophet said, teach the following things to your children, and the most important of that was the love of the Ahlul Bayt. Please teach your children the love of the Ahlul Bayt, the stories of the Ahlul Bayt, and the message of the Ahlul Bayt. Again, Jazakallah khairan for this beautiful conference, and thank you for inviting me to be part of it. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you so much to the both of you. I'm extremely honored to have been a part of this. Just before we go, where can we find you? Your work, social media, anything of that sort? Father Kouhazi, I know that you have a book coming out, so just let us know where can we follow you and the amazing works that both of you do.
Well, yes, I'm afraid I'm spread quite thickly or maybe thinly all over the place, and certainly on Twitter and on Facebook. And yes, there is a book that's already printed, and I hope will be out soon on Karbala and on the dreams, and maybe a fourth and a fifth book eventually as I grow older. So yes, I'm easily available. Purple Padre on Twitter, and I'm also on Facebook.
Fantastic. Sheikh Ramadan?
If you want to search for me, you can do a search on YouTube, on Facebook. But one of my main roles, which I've just undertaken recently, is that I'm a director and I'm a member of the Center for Intra-Muslim Studies between Sunnis and Shias, bringing different denominators together to talk about unity. So you can do a search on YouTube. You can find a lot of information, literature there, or under Ramadan Foundation on Google or Facebook.
Inshallah. Once again, thank you so much to both of our esteemed, all for your attention and that you can take these, lessons and points and implement them in your communities, in your own lives, and also in a global community, inshallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
If there's one thing we share, we the lovers of the ones under the cloak, it's that pride we feel whenever we are reminded. It's unique, a positive, warm feeling steeped in gratitude. Deep down, we all know we're not worthy, but the warmth in the heart, the pride we feel when we hear his name and claim him as our own, as Islam's first and not fourth. The pride we feel when people like Dr. Henry Stubb describe him as just in all his actions, or Gerald de Gouy when he says he was brave in battle, true to his friends and magnanimous to his foes, or Wilfred Madelung, who praises the generosity he showed to his defeated enemies, or Charles Mills, who describes him as the Aaron of a second Moses. The list goes on. Thomas Carlyle, Edward Gibbon, Sir William Muir, Simon Oakley, Washington Irving, George Jordak, and on it goes. But how have so many failed to see the gate to the city? How did they miss the one who lifted the gate of Khaybar, the one whose door was left unlocked, the one who gave charity as he bowed, the one who walked away from Marhab, the one who slept in the Prophet's bed, the one who didn't run away, the one who counseled his enemies, the peak of eloquence, the champion at Badr, Uhud, Khandaq and Hunain, who fed the poor at night, the father of the youth of paradise, the one who was begged to lead, the dot under the bar, the Naba al-Azim, the one and only born inside the Kaaba. If that's not enough, turn to chapter 2 verse 207, or maybe 781 or 2082. If not, how about 5812 or 1343? Try 66:4, 36, 361, 454, 483, 76:8, 42:23, 53, 554, 555, 33:33. How can they not see? O Prophet, deliver what has been revealed to you from your Lord, and if you do not do it, then you have not delivered his message, and Allah will protect you from the people. This day have I perfected for you your religion and completed my favor on you and chosen for you Islam as a religion. Who are these verses about? 1400 years separate us, but he is forever our pride and honor. We claim him as ours. They kill us for it, but we still remain. When we embrace him, logic and ration soon fade away. Insane exaggerators we are often labeled, but drink from his fountain and taste for yourself. As he said to Kumail, what sprinkles on you flows within me. He is Nafs al-Rasul, Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam al-Muttaqeen, Madhar al-Ajaib, Asadullah al-Ghalib, Maulana Ali ibn Abi Talib. Most of us know we're not worthy, but he is still our King and glory.
Thank you so much, Father Dr. Cloesi and Sheikh Ramadan, for that amazing discourse. It's talks like this that reassure us there is hope for humanity, and there's countless of similarities that bring us together rather than differences that set us apart. And differences really make us unique, actually. Before we move on, I'd like to ask you all to share your experience on social media. Use the hashtag Imam Ali 2021 and Imam Ali Conference 2021. Are we watching from the gym, with your family, with your friends? Let us know. The next panel we have is toxic surroundings. According to the Anxiety and Depression Association of America, over 40 million American adults suffer from anxiety. It's the most common mental illness and largely overlooked. And sometimes it can feel difficult to get help within our communities because of cultural stigmas. But that shouldn't stop anyone from reaching out. I'd like to now allow our moderator, Sister Al-Baneen, to take over.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Baneen, and I'll be your moderator for this segment called Toxic Surroundings. Our first panelist is Sister Layla Naji. She has a master's degree in psychology with an emphasis on marriage and family therapy. She is also a mental health educator and conducts many workshops on mental health and life skills topics. Sister Layla also has her own counseling and life coaching business and has been working with her clients for over 7 years. She's also certified positive discipline parent educator. So welcome, Sister Layla. And our second panelist is Syed Hussein Makkeh, who is a student of Islamic sciences. His academic pursuits include a degree in journalism and in religious and global politics. Syed Hussein left England at the age of 21 to engage in the classical study of Islam at the seminary in Lebanon, where he currently continues to reside. So thank you for joining us. Sister Layla, I will start with you. Negative self-talk is this inner dialogue that we have with ourselves, which may limit our ability to believe in ourselves, which can be toxic and affect those around us. So the question posed is, how can we overcome negative self-talk?
Thank you, Sister Baneen, and Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's wonderful to be part of this amazing initiative and to talk about such essential topics that affect all of our lives. So with regards to negative self-talk, as you mentioned, it is this inner voice which is constantly critical of ourselves, and it's constantly reminding us of our limitations, telling us we can't do things, telling us we will not succeed. And it can actually be very painful. It's not any different to when another person is criticizing you. So it's very important to create an awareness of that voice in order to be able to fight back against it. One of the first things that you can do is to actually create a separation between yourself and that inner voice. So let yourself believe that this isn't really you. None of us are born with this inner voice. Actually, it's learned through the criticism of people around us, sometimes our family of origin, and sometimes through the expectations of society and the community around us, which may make us feel inadequate or that we're failing. And so we pick up on the things that we hear, and that's why it's extremely important the way we talk to others around us, the way we speak to children, because they will internalize the things that they hear and start to see themselves through that lens. So once we have identified this negative voice, one of the first things that we can do to separate ourselves from it is to actually give it another name. Something silly, something absurd, something that has negative connotations. And that helps us to disassociate from that voice and separate it from ourselves. The next thing that you can do is to actually develop an awareness by possibly keeping a journal or making notes when you find yourself being critical of yourself. So when you catch yourself telling yourself that I'm going to fail at this, or I don't have the adequate skills for this or that, make a note of that, because when we have an awareness of these negative words and this constant stream of criticism, that is what gives us the tools to actually stand up and fight back against it. We are actually standing up for ourselves against that inner voice. Sometimes we might think that this is spurring us on, that this is somehow motivational. If we criticize ourselves, that it will somehow make us improve. But if you really think about it, people don't really thrive from being punished or criticized. We tend to thrive through encouragement and support and being lifted up and having our skills celebrated and acknowledged. So starting that process of writing down and developing an awareness of these negative words, this constant criticism, is the first step. Separating ourselves from that voice by attaching a different name to it will help us to externalize it from the inner dialogue to almost as if it's another person. And remember that often the phrases that you use, the sentences and the harsh criticism you give yourself, you would never say that to another person. You would never say that to a loved one that you care about. And you shouldn't say it to yourself. We always say, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And that applies to yourself as much as it does to other people. And it's important to remember that this is something that's been learned over a lifetime. And we may have been used to this way of talking to ourselves over many years from childhood. And so it's important to be patient and know that we can retrain our brains. We can re-author our story. At the end of the day, we are the author of our story, and we can choose how to write it, and we can choose how to speak to ourselves. And when we set that expectation up, although it will take time and it will take consistency, over time we'll be able to retrain ourselves and eliminate that negative voice, replace it with a positive, encouraging, and thriving one, and do the same thing that we do for other people for ourselves.
Thank you, Sister Layla. Sayyid Hussein, outside of this inner dialogue that we have, there is this thing called spiritual abuse, which is not limited to any religion or denomination. This can include psychological and emotional abuse, and can become toxic and very dangerous when it comes from individuals who present themselves as being religious, God-conscious, maybe pious. So how can we combat spiritual abuse and its impact in our communities?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you very much for having me on the program. I have a small, maybe big, bad habit of taking too long with answering my questions. So I've given Benin free permission to stop me when I end up ranting too far. But I'll try to get straight to the point. So when it comes to spiritual abuse, this answer comes in several different fragments. And so I'm not going to be able to talk about each of them. But what I will speak about is when the result of this spiritual abuse can affect your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly. And one of the ways in which this happens, it happens through several different people who seem pious and religious. But for the sake of the program right now, we're talking about people who perhaps are close to us, who we see as representations of this religion. So not necessarily just people who preach about the religion, but people maybe within our families, who, from the way that they look, they represent their religion. However, the way that they act, we know that that's not really the way that the religion is supposed to be represented. The direct impact that it has on us is our relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala begins to have a barrier. We begin to look at Allah in a different type of way. And I've spoken about this before. When you're a child, you are at that point in time looking at your parents as those people who are basically, when you're a kid, they are your lords. When you're still a child, you cannot fathom Allah yet. However, you believe in Allah, in your fitrah. You believe in His attributes. But in those attributes, you see them in your parents when you're a young child. So you see your mother, she is the one who is merciful to you. She is the one who is kind. She is the one who loves you. Al-Wadud, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. And your father is Al-Qawi, Al-Jabbar. He is the one who is strong, the provider, Ar-Razzaq. You see these different aspects in your parents, first of all. So what would happen if the parents at that time, maybe through no bad intention of their own, or even with a bad intention, say things like, Allah biyakhinak, which means God's going to strangle you if you do this, let alone when it comes to their own actions. So here we see that they are now using religion in a way, and this can be parents, it can be anyone else that you know. I'm using that as an example. And they're using the religion in this time if they want to get a message across to you. However, through doing that, they're now putting a barrier between you and Allah. The result, the impending result is, as you are growing up and as you mature and become an adult, you start to see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the same light. So if you've been let down by these people around you, you start to look at Allah as the one who's going to let you down as well. You don't even know it yet. And then that's why you start having difficulties even speaking to him or bringing the outside of you. So what we need to do is to refresh our experience. And remember, first of all, the first thing that we can do to answer your question now, after I've given the basis, is look into yourself at that time. You have seen now religion as one which is misrepresented. But when you look into yourself, as in how merciful are you towards an orphan? How forgiving are you towards someone who has hurt you? Do you hold grudges or not? When you look into yourself and you realize your own generosity and you realize your own mercy, and if you don't have that generosity and that mercy, then you need to grow that in yourself. When you start realizing that generosity and that mercy or whatever other attribute within yourself, and then you ask yourself the question, am I more merciful than God? Am I more forgiving than God? And of course, you're not. You're not even a fraction of a percentage when it comes to that attribute of God. You start to refresh the way in which you're looking at Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and hopefully this is a step taken in undoing the damage of that spiritual abuse. So this is an answer I'm giving from that perspective. I know that they can be answers from several different perspectives, but unfortunately we don't have the time.
Thank you, Sayyid. That was really insightful. So, Sister Layla, in order to refresh ourselves and to sort of be a little bit kinder and more appreciative, how can we deal with past traumas to appreciate what we have?
So trauma is something that when we use that word, it sounds like a very big word, and we often associate the word trauma with things like physical abuse or living through a war or something like that. But there are actually many different types of traumas we can experience in life. Anything from parental neglect to being subjected to emotional abuse, which will lead to that negative self-talk that we talked about earlier. Traumatic experiences can be being diagnosed with a chronic illness, for example, or losing a loved one. So it's a very wide range of things that fall under the umbrella of trauma. Now, how do we heal from it? One of the most important things in healing from trauma is actually acknowledging that experience and being very open and honest about the fact that you went through that. Traditionally, with trauma, in order to protect ourselves, we go into repressing these experiences because it's painful to think about them. It's painful to recall those experiences and those feelings. And it's very much like a post-traumatic stress response where different triggers can set you off unexpectedly. And it can become quite debilitating if you are frequently being triggered and unable to function in the way that you need to in your day-to-day life. Now, trauma is something that's very serious. And while it is beneficial to open up to friends and family and talk about these things, my biggest recommendation would actually to find a therapist or somebody that is trained in the healing of trauma, because they will really be able to allow you to see how your previous experiences currently affect your life and your relationships and the way you handle different situations and the perspective that you have on the world. Trauma actually doesn't only affect us psychologically, but it also affects us physically. Studies and research shows that a lot of autoimmune conditions and other physical illnesses often go hand in hand with childhood experiences of trauma. And what happens is we get stuck in this state of hypervigilance because we don't feel safe. and we're no longer able to distinguish what is a safe situation, what is a safe relationship, and what isn't. So we're constantly in this state of anxiety and in this sort of fight or flight syndrome. And that is a very, very exhausting way to live our lives, because we're always on the sort of having our guard up, we're always hypervigilant, we're always looking for the next thing that's going to hurt us or the next painful experience, because that once you've experienced that, your brain sort of gets rewired to just see the world through that lens. So I would recommend working with a therapist who will help you to revisit those experiences and actually name the feelings, name the experience, because we're often taught to push these uncomfortable feelings down, and we cannot heal from them unless we actually experience them, acknowledge them, give ourselves permission to feel the anger, to feel the sadness, to feel the pain. And it's only through feeling those things that we can work through them and move on. Now, working with a trained professional, they will be able to provide you with the tools to calm yourself down, to relax your body, to relax your nervous system when you feel triggered by these different things. And as I said, this could be a person that reminds you of a previous person in your life. It could be a setting that you go to that triggers a past experience. The most important thing also is to be very compassionate with yourself and to be kind with yourself, and to realize that this is a process of healing through which you should not carry any guilt, and to know that the number of years that this has affected you, it will take a number of years of healing and being on this healing journey in order to regain a sense of calm, a sense of safety and security in your own life, in order to be able to distinguish who are the safe people, what are the safe situations, and regain that sense of control. Because trauma can often make us feel that things are out of control because they are not under our own choices, they're not under our doing, they are things that happen that are beyond our control and make us feel powerless. So working through with a trained professional, you will learn how to name those experiences, to name those feelings and recognize them, to identify your triggers, and to learn the skills and the tools to be able to de-escalate those feelings when they are triggered, in order for them to no longer interfere with your day-to-day life. And as I said, it will take time, it does require patience, but you have to be compassionate and know that you deserve this time and this process to heal in order to be able to live your life to the fullest potential that you are able to do.
Thank you, Sister Layla. That was so enlightening to know that, we should take care of ourselves as well. It's hard to be open and honest and not repress, sometimes when we live around toxicity. So Sayyid Hussein, is there any way that we can distance ourselves from toxic family relations? Staying with family sometimes is the hardest part, and it can get toxic. So is there any way we can distance ourselves from these sort of relations?
Sure. I think, first of all, when we are speaking from the perspective of Islam, then we have to remember that when it comes to Silat al-Rahim and family, this is a very important aspect of one's life journey and spiritual journey towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, especially when those family members are our parents, which overrides so much else in our lives when it comes to Islam. Parents are a very sacred station. Now, when we say toxic, we have to define that, I think. We have to define what we mean by those terms when we say toxic relationships. But obviously, there's a negative connotation, so I'm going to go by that. And if we're going to say there's negative experience with these family members, especially if they're parents or people that we live with, then we need to reevaluate our goal. Reevaluate the goal as in, what is the point of this relationship in the first place? We say ultimately, from our perspective, is that the relationship should be based on a God-centric view. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the center of my relationship between my parents, my friends, my wife, my children, whoever it is. Because we say, Al-Qalb Arshur Rahman. Imam Sadiq alayhi salam, he tells us the heart of the believer is the throne, the shrine of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. No one else enters the shrine of Allah except Allah. or whoever enters with permission. So if there are people who are supposed to, inshallah, and if we love them, that will make it a lot easier. But if there are people that are making it difficult to love them with our hearts, through Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then at the very least by our duty. So I personally would not speak on my behalf, I would not distance myself from my parents or these family relations in a way in which I don't talk to them anymore. But at the same time, I wouldn't allow myself to be put in a position where I am going to be oppressed or taken for a ride basically by anyone. This counts for you as well. There is a certain level of self-respect. So what you would do is, if they're an extended family member, then it's much easier. You give them a phone call every now and then and it's easy. But when it comes to people who are around us and in our lives very often, like our parents, then in this situation, I have to consider what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants from me now. At the very minimum, this is what I do. But I should not allow whatever is happening outside of me to happen inside of me. The outer environment is very important. The inner environment is also very important. So we need to now reevaluate when it comes to inside me. There are several different techniques that you can do to break the pattern. So notice the patterns as they begin to happen. The first pattern you can notice is in your physical conduct. When that toxic relationship begins to start up, whatever action that person is doing, look at your body, look at their body. Find out what you can do to break the patterns of your physical environment first. Then think of, in your mind, what are the thoughts that are coming through, the patterns of your thoughts. Here you can begin to break them. Of course, there are several different techniques that someone can employ into their lives so they can observe their thoughts and then they can begin to choose them. But this is something, when it comes to your mindset, that you have to begin to train and prime. So whatever situation is happening on the outside, if it's a duty that person is making it very difficult for you, you have to be able to prime yourself to zoom out, kind of like a metaphorical astral projection, where you look at the person and you think, okay, this person is going to say things that are going to bring me down. I can't speak logic to this person, but I'm bound to them by blood and duty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to understand things from the way they see it. Okay, this is my father, let's say. He's someone who keeps bullying me, and it's my duty before Allah to serve him and love him and be with him. So what do? Do I destroy myself? No. Try metaphorical astral projection. So you can look at what it is that he's actually asking for. So if he's projecting these negative issues onto you and they're making you feel bad, you shouldn't get down to that level and take it in that very sensitive and personal way. Rather, you look at, this is an old man who's been through a lot in his life. He has a lot of pain and trauma, and he's looking for attention right now. Instead of me getting angry and responding to what he's saying and this whole toxic thing going on, I think to myself, I feel sorry for him. I'm going to pray for him. I'm going to go serve him right now. I might give him a little hug and a little kiss on the cheek as well. I might break his pattern. He's saying things like, you this and you that, and I say, nice shoes, by the way. You'd be completely shocked. What are you talking about, nice shoes? That's a bit random. But when you do that, you broke his pattern. So that's a way in which you begin to influence your outer environment, by breaking his pattern, by saying something completely random. When you want to break your own pattern, here it comes to self-mastery, and it can be done. And this is why you look at certain people that have to perform always in front of others, they're always primed and their mindset is ready for that. No matter what's happening, people have problems. A lot of people have a lot of problems. People who perform that you see on TV all the time, but they won't let that affect them. Athletes are like that as well, because they've primed themselves. So if you want to be able to remove yourself from this situation, you don't have to do it physically. You can break that person's patterns. Of course, depends on who they are in your life, but you can break their patterns, and you need to be able to look at, analyze, and break your own patterns and master that part of yourself.
Thank you, Sayyid Hussein. Sometimes cultural values can trump those God-centric values of religion that you were speaking about. Sister Layla, how can we set respectful boundaries between ourselves and relatives or partners without being guilt-tripped or manipulated by these cultural values?
So I think the first thing that's very important to remember is that boundaries do not mean rudeness. They do not mean excluding people from your life. It's just setting up guidelines with which to have a more healthy relationship. we have boundaries in many different areas of society that allow us to exist in a more harmonious and functional way. So I think changing our mindset about boundary, it's not putting a wall up between you and another person. It's just limiting perhaps the interactions that are unhealthy or that are hurtful or that you don't feel serve you very well. And it's just establishing certain expectations. We tend to teach others what we will expect from them and what we will accept from them by the boundaries that we set. If I have somebody in my family who is very demanding of me, who wants to take advantage of my time and my ability to help them, and I don't set a boundary there, and I'm not honest and say, I would love to help, I would love to be there for you, but I can only give this amount of time. Boundaries don't mean just saying no and just rejecting people. It's coming to some compromise that makes you feel comfortable and happy with what energy, what time you're giving, and also works for the other person. And so when we do that, what we're doing is we're avoiding the anger, the resentment, and the hurt that we might feel towards this person if we feel that we are being taken advantage of. So if we reframe the way we think of boundaries, they're not rudeness, they're not excluding people from our lives and walking away. And I understand this can be extremely difficult in more collectivistic cultures because we are taught from a very young age to be accommodating, to think of others' needs before our own, and to sort of bypass what feels healthy and natural and right for us in order to meet others' needs, especially family members and our elders and things like that. And so I think realizing that it's a process of compromise where you can get a little bit of what you need and you can give the other party a little bit of what they need and expect of you in a healthy way where nobody is excluding, nobody is closing any doors, but you can also pick up on yourself when you feel that this is too much or this isn't appropriate or you're being asked to give more than you want. If you set those boundaries, you can actually preserve the relationship, avoid any resentment or hurt being built up over time, avoid any feelings of anger that will actually stop you from being able to coexist with that person, and you'll be tense and on edge and resentful and have all of these feelings bubbling up inside of you all of the time. So remembering that boundaries are there for our self-protection, they're there to maintain a harmonious relationship with whether it's family members, whether it's in the workplace. You know, often people feel taken advantage of in the workplace, especially now with the pandemic, with people working from home. You know, employers think we should be available to them 24/7 just because we're working from home. So boundaries are really there to keep us all healthy and to maintain healthy relationships. And I think whenever you're feeling guilty, it's okay to feel guilty. It's okay to feel uncomfortable. We have a tendency to want to avoid tension, to want to avoid uncomfortable feelings. And so sometimes we'll just give in and do what is expected of us. And because we want that sort of yucky feeling of discomfort to go away. It's important to remember that sometimes those feelings serve a purpose and we need to sit with those uncomfortable feelings. And we also need to allow time for the other party to get used to our boundaries. And with time, they will get more used to them. And what will happen is you'll reach some kind of compromise where everybody is getting a little bit of what they need without anybody feeling offended or upset or resentful. So remembering that boundaries are there to protect you and that you are deserving of this protection, of this inner peace. You are allowed to empower yourself, to put yourself first sometimes, and knowing that that will actually enhance your relationships with people, because you're not always feeling like you have the short end of the stick and that your needs are being neglected all the time. So think of boundaries as a positive thing, as a guideline that maintains respect between different parties and that allows you to give without overextending, without burning out, without feeling resentful. And hopefully that will lead, as time goes on, people will get used to that and you will feel more comfortable because you're no longer overextending yourself.
Thank you, Sister Layla. before bringing this segment to a close, thank you both so much for all the strategies and definitions and allowing us to understand how to cope in our surroundings when we come across these things. We would just like to let the audience know that Syed Hussein runs a warrior life coaching program for men. It's angled at meanings of masculinity, and it can be his page can be found on Instagram and Facebook at Spiritual Warrior Program. And likewise, Sister Layla also has a counseling and coaching business, and she can also be reached via Instagram at Life Coach Layla. Thank you both so much for sharing your expertise, and inshallah, we hope everybody benefited from this. Wassalam.
Inshallah. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Appreciate both knowledgeable panelists for creating a safe place to learn about mental health issues that could be really mitigated by taking on a healthy lifestyle. I want to remind you all that this initiative was spearheaded by Sayyid Jawad Qazwini in partnership with Ahl Bayt TV and Ummah, along with help from over 35 organizations. Our official sponsor for the event is the 5-star Baron Hotels and Restaurant, where hospitality meets spirituality. Now, let's liven up the mood a little bit. Who's having a good time? Let us know. Smash that hashtag Imam Ali 2021 on social media. Let's show our love to our Imam. We have two beautiful voices and two beautiful talents joining us. Sayyid Ali Safdar, all the way from Pakistan, and Mullah Ali Fadl from London. We're going to get our vibes right with these amazing nasheeds coming up. MashaAllah, both brothers. Brother Ali Fadl, please take over from here.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على خير الأنبياء والمرسلين وحبيبي إله العالمين أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. الحمد لله الذي جعلنا من المتمسكين بولاية سيدي ومولاي إمام المتقين ويعسوب الدين أمير المؤمنين Ali ibn Abi Talib. My heartfelt congratulations goes out to you and the whole Muslim world, and many thanks to the organizers of this program, this conference, this 2-day online conference. So my special thanks goes to our dear friend and a family friend and also a personal friend. And I would love to, inshallah, embrace him very soon, Sayyid Jawad Al-Qazwini, and also the wonderful team that he has. And of course, all of the 35 plus organizations that got involved. Everyone who's involved in this special conference, may Allah bless you and keep you on the path of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. Today, inshallah, we will spend the limited time that we have in order to really put some love of Amir al-Mu'mineen. Not that you don't have any love for Ali ibn Abi Talib, because of course you wouldn't be here if you don't. But we will increase that joy, increase that passion, increase that love from all corners of the earth towards your screens, be it a handheld mobile, be it in front of the TV, be it on a laptop, whichever way you are seeing this program, you are seeing me, we are inshallah going to increase that level of love, increase that level of passion for the Ahlul Bayt, specifically for Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib, with Allah salawat ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. It's being said, by the way, in the beginning, obviously there's some communication issues. And so the fact that we are getting viewers and the fact that we are getting speakers from all around the world on one platform for you all to benefit, obviously there's going to be some technical issues. And so we ask for your patience to be able to deal with this. But anyway, let's start inshallah with the festivities. I will welcome alongside me my dear friend, my dear brother, my ziyarah partner, my brother in faith, my brother in ziyarah, my brother in Shi'ism. I love him and inshallah he loves me. But Sayyid Ali Safdar, I'd like to welcome him, the Mullah Basim of the Pakistan world. Inshallah we welcome him as well. Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid. Audio. Sayyid, there's no audio. There must be, yeah. You might have to play around with the settings a bit, but don't worry, it's okay. I'll keep talking until you sort out your audio. The good thing that I'm here to take the pressure off you. But yeah, as I said, we will be inshallah performing a very special duet for the followers of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib. And as I said, please bear with us for the technical issues. By the time he comes on, I'd like to spend just maybe a word or two in honor of Amir al-Mu'mineen. If actually he is able to be online, say Saftar. If not, we say, look at his life's first few seconds in the Kaaba, his birth. Look at his life's first few seconds in the Kaaba, his birth. Who knows if it gave him worth or Ali gave it its worth? Who knows if it gave him worth for Ali or Ali gave the Kaaba its worth? Look at his life's first few seconds in the Kaaba, his birth. Who knows if it gave him worth or Ali gave it its worth. ولاسم علي في أذني ولاسم علي في أذني عشق المشتاق إلى
Hello.
عشق موروث مصدره أنفاس الأم.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
إذا قلت علي وأب, I can hear you. Let me finish this and inshallah we carry on. سيدنا وأب قد ذاب بحيدرة وبحفظ مقامه أدبني يا بني إذا قلت علي أبني إذا قلت علي أدم الصلوات أعلي الصلوات أبا الحسن. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Well, we would have loved to be joined by the Sayyid, but unfortunately, I'm not sure if there are still some technical issues going ahead. However, we will inshallah with him with the barakat of Amir al-Mu'mineen. Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid.
Alaikum salam. Can you hear me?
Ahlan wa sahlan. Yes, I can hear you. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
The barakat of Mawla Ali. MashaAllah. How are you, Sayyid?
I am fine. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Sorry for disturbing for audio. And Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected scholars and respected audience. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Congratulate on the birth of our first Imam Ali, Imam Muttaqeen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salatu wassalam. And first of all, I would like to thanks all the organizer of Imam Ali conference, and especially thanks to Sayyid Jawad Qazvini, who invited me in this conference. So we don't have more time. I think we will start the nasheed I will start in Urdu, and you will start in English or
Bismillah, ya Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Jannat boli kausar bola, Jannat boli kausar bola, Wajd mein aakar Kaaba bola. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla,
Ali, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. When we see the house of our Lord Ali, when we see the crack on that wall, Ali, for the Kaaba was the cradle, Ali, his birth started the chanting of Ali, Ali,
Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Binte Asad Kabe में आकर काबे की तौकीर बढ़ाकर करती है अल्लाह को सजदा, शुक्र खुदा होठों पे सजाकर। हूरो मलाइक महव सना थे, हूरो मलाइक महव सना थे, आ गया उनका आका ओ मौला। अली अली मौला, अली
अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. I love ya, my heart, Ali. I love ya, in my heart, Ali. These three letters made the three Shaykh Ali.
MashaAllah.
The date of 1-3 in Rajab, the date of 1-3 in Rajab Ali. His love leads me to 3-1-3. Ali, 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 Mawla, Ali, Ali,
Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali Ali Mawla, Ali. अभी जहाँ में मोहम्मद का नाम बाकी है, अभी जहाँ में मोहम्मद का नाम बाकी है, वो हक का नूर वो माहे तमाम बाकी है, वो हक का नूर वो माहे तमाम बाकी है। एक इनकलाब खुमैनी पे हो गए हैरान, एक इनकलाब खुमैनी पे हो गए हैरान। अरे अभी तो ज़हूर इमाम बाकी है, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली 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 मौला, अली अली
علي
मौला।
مولى علي علي مولى علي حب علي فوز الشيع غدايا فامدد لي في يوم حسابي يدا وانقذني من نار جحيم رمت شفيعا غير إمام الهدى إن صلاتي ثم صيامي إذا لم يشفع لي حيدر ضاعت صدى يشهد ربي أن بروحي له حبا دوما قلبي فيه شدا صهر نادي أنت مرادي علي 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 مولى
علي علي مولى، علي علي مولى، علي 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 مولى، علي علي مولى، علي علي مولى، علي 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 مولى، علي علي مولى، علي علي मौला अली। तेरी फजीलत सबसे जुदा गए, ऐसा रुतबा किसको मिला गए। तू ही है जन्नत का मालिक और तू ही तो शेर खुदा गए। नफ्से नबी तू शेर जरी, तू नफ्से नबी तू शेर जरी, तू राज शबे हिजरत ने खोला। अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली
علي مولى علي 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 مولى علي علي مولى علي علي مولى علي. Sayyidina, do you have any more verses?
Yes, alhamdulillah.
Okay. Bismillah.
Yes,
Bismillah.
alhamdulillah.
Bismillah. Bismillah.
Ali Ali Maula, Ali 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 Maula, Ali 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 Maula, Ali Ali Maula, Ali Ali Maula, Ali। तेरा लक़ब शेरे यज़दा है, तू ही तो कुल्ले ईमा है, तू ही है कुरान में ज़ाहिर, तेरा रुतबा सबसे आया है। तू ही है कुरान में ज़ाहिर, तेरा रुतबा सब पे आया है। उसके दिल में मौला अली थे, उसके दिल में मौला अली थे, जब मोमिन के दिल को टटोला। अली अली मौला,
अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह। अली अली मौला, अली 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 मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला।
I'd like to request, inshallah,
this is our final.
No, no,
yes,
no.
it's
I'd like
my
to request, yes, more from you, more from you. We,
yes, just one, just one.
Please.
Okay, okay. Ali Ali Maula, Ali 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 Maula, Ali 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 Maula, Ali Ali Maula, Ali Ali Maula, Ali। शाह नजफ ज़हरा के शौहर, फातह खैबर फातह खंदक, शाह नजफ ज़हरा के शौहर, फातह खैबर फातह खंदक, जाम विला पढ़ कर पढ़ता गए, जाम विला पी कर पढ़ता गए। तेरा कसीदा ये अली सफदर, पढ़ के मनाजिर ने कुरान को, पढ़ के मनाजिर ने कुरान को, बाब सना खानी का खोला। अली अली मौला, अली अली
मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली अली मौला, अली। Any final words, Sayyid?
Alhamdulillah. And thanks for you and all the member of Imam Ali conference. You invite me. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. And for all the viewers, myself as well included, thank you so much for your time, Sayyid. And from myself as well, thank you for the viewers and for the organizers. Over to you, Sayyid. Inshallah, it's raised the passion and the excitement levels for you.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother.
I can't explain. I've tried, but I'm tongue-tied. Inside of me, a part of me tried to hide from the mighty figure that is Ali. For before him, I am meaningless, worthless, knowing that nothing is worth less than a man who feels he is too great for the love of Ali. Like a man whose hatred for Ali outweighs his mental capacity. Like a man who fears love and his connection to divinity. For there's nothing like a man who was the first to heed Ahmed's revelation and accept divinity. A man who from his cradle never prostrated to an idol, unsurprising when his cradle was the symbol of God's unity. A man whose sword struck through Amr ibn Widd al-Amri, who lifted the gate of Khaybar because only Allah was greater, who stood on Muhammad's shoulders as he destroyed idolatry, whose scale of justice was such that he would not sleep full when others were hungry, such that he would carry his sword by his side to seek to murder poverty. A man whose love has made kings of an oppressed minority and still allows it to spill into the ummah in its entirety. It surprises me, not that his birth split the Kaaba, Brother Ali split my heart in two, stepped inside, built a shrine, golden dome that became like home, a sanctuary for lovers and sinners, beggars and preachers, losers and keepers, winners and weepers. It'll make prophets out of disbelievers, make the broken-hearted who fear love more than hell itself become love itself, in love with the Prince of Believers. Ali, Ali, the beacon of truth and the walking Quran. He is the book in flesh in the Bible, Torah and Psalms. Let his name sit on the tongues of those who seek prosperity, because a lifetime can be lived in the call of Ya Ali. His name is not confined to the walls of Najaf. I hear it on the tongues of all. Whenever justice is sought out, for the name of Ali they call. When a soul weeps for stolen land, I hear that soul cry out for Ali. When skin becomes a burden, I hear that skin cries out for Ali. When cages are force-fed children, I hear the children call out Ali. When the sea cannot carry souls to refuge, I hear the sea call out Ali. In the prisons, I hear Ali. In the ghettos, I hear Ali. Where there is poverty, I hear Ali. Where there is destruction, I hear Ali. In fearful hearts, I hear Ali. In broken hearts, I hear Ali. Where there is death, I hear Ali. And where there is hope, I hear Ali. For Ali is a symbol to all of God's infinite justice and never-ending mercy. And know this, wherever there is Ali, rest assured that there will be nothing but victory.
MashaAllah, that was such an amazing video, and thank you to both brothers, Sayyid Ali Safdar and Mullah Ali Fadl. I'd like to apologize for the technical issues we had. I know everyone wants an Urdu-Arabi collab between those two brothers. I want that myself. And this is just proof the love of Imam Ali has no bounds, and people from all different backgrounds share his walaya. Going into the next panel, here's a thought. A 2009 study at the University of Sussex found that reading can reduce stress by up to 68%. And rightfully so. Next, we're going to explore the world of reading. Rasulullah, peace be upon him, said, I am the city of knowledge, and Ali is the gate. Our great faith emphasizes education, seeking knowledge. And the best and easiest way to do that is to just pick up and read a book. I'd like to now ask Sister Zahra Ad-Dilfi to guide us through our next panel. Sister Zahra, the floor is now yours.
Assalamu alaikum, dear viewers. My name is Zahra Ad-Dilfi. Joining me now to discuss the topic of books is respected Sayyid Bilal Rizvi and Brother Aoun Abdi. Sayyid Bilal has been lecturing internationally for many years on a number of topics, including Islamic belief and theology. Brother Aoun is the founder and editor-in-chief of Book Talk Today and has created a community of over 100,000 readers with his 1-minute book review brand. Assalamu alaikum to you both.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I'd like to start this panel with a question to the both of you. What inspired you to start reading? Sayyid Bilal, would you like to answer first?
Absolutely. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah alladhi allama bil qalam. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم وصلى الله على حبيبه ونبيه محمد أفضل من علم وعلم وعلى آله المتأدبين بأخلاقه وسلم. Assalamu alaikum to the both of you first and foremost, and I wish everyone congratulations on the auspicious occasion of the birth of the one who was Babu Madinatul Ilm, the door to the city of knowledge. As for the question of what inspired me to begin reading, I've always believed that for a student of knowledge, a person needs to have a deep sense of curiosity, and they need to maintain this curiosity throughout their life, because to know about the world around you is within our nature. But as we grow older, there's something that happens. When you look at children, right? you find that children are extremely inquisitive. They don't take anything at face value. They'll ask even questions that seem mundane to us, that why is the sky blue? Why is the grass green? How do you do that? But somewhere along our development, our questions, they change from questions of why and how to questions of what. And we lose that drive for curiosity. So one method which I found in my life that keeps this drive and this interest going is to read. Because when you open a book, you're not just looking at words, but in a way, words and language are a vehicle of thought. You're opening your mind to the thought of another individual. And in that way, you're able to expand a perspective. You're able to expand your perspective, and you're able to understand the perspective of another individual. So, you know, this aspect's always fascinating. You know, we have so many limitations in the sense that there are many great thinkers, there are many great ulama, scholars, writers throughout history, but because of either temporal limitations or because of where we aren't able to be alongside them or to benefit from them directly. So the best method to do so is via books. And please, if I go over my time, please don't hesitate to stop me. I know Brother Owen has much to add on the subject as well. So, you know, the expansion of a perspective, one's own curiosity, and then after a time, you find that one begins to have a comfort in books. And then when I embarked on the path of Islamic studies, reading became more of a responsibility, even more so than a sense of comfort. And I'll try to summarize it and end the question over here.
Thank you very much. Brother Owen, what inspired you to start reading? Apologies, I think there's no audio right now. Just a moment to sort out this technical difficulties, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Cool.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Wa alaikum salam, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you, sister, and Sayyid Bilal. I want to say it's an honor to be here, to be on this conference. I want to take a moment to thank Sayyid Jawad Qazwini as well for putting this together. It's mashallah, it's amazing. So what inspired me to start reading is my mum is a English teacher, and when we grew up, I was always surrounded by books. And growing up through school, you know, we studied English quite heavily, and English literature in particular, and that thirst for knowledge was always there. And as I transitioned from school into university, I studied politics at university, and I was able to read widely on a wide variety of subjects. You know, my discipline was politics and international relations, but I did many option modules in sociology, anthropology, neuroscience, and it was really during that exploration of spending time with large reading lists and debating different subjects that thirst for knowledge was there. And as I transitioned into the working world and I started to find out that there was a plethora of other books on many different subjects, whether it's, for instance, business or psychology, or, for instance, artificial intelligence. At the moment, there's a wide range of different subjects at the moment that you have access to through books. And when you're in structured education, you only have a set amount of subjects, and once you get into the working world, you realize that there is a wide range of subjects, and the more you start delving into that, the more you start to realize that you can understand yourself through books, but you can also understand the objective world around you and get a better perspective of how the world works. And you can also do some introspective work to understand yourself and gain self-awareness, but understanding the objective world and then how you're able to act in that world is a great benefit. And also, the more that you're able to understand technical skills, whether they be public speaking, whether they be, for instance, like I said, on artificial intelligence or business in general, you get into a positive feedback loop where you're able to apply that knowledge and see the benefits of it, and that momentum then carries you through.
Thank you. And do you believe it's important to start reading at a young age? And if so, Brother Aoun, how can we encourage more of this within our communities?
It's such a great question, because every Sunday I do a live Q&A on my 1 Minute Book Review channel, and most of our demographics are between 18 to 34. And I think it's really important to encourage young people, especially in our community, to start reading earlier. And I think a great way to do that is to teach them that reading books, for instance, most people read fiction books, and there's great value in reading fiction books to understand human truths and understand storytelling in particular. But I think there should be an emphasis on understanding practical skills that you can apply, for instance, in the working world. And I think the education system that we have, regardless of where you are in the world, I think needs to do a better job of teaching practical skills. And that's where I think non-fiction books specifically can hold a place in our communities. Especially, I think finding similarities and finding parallels between religious books and non-fiction practical books, I think, is a great way to do that, specifically in our communities. Having workshops, having seminars where you get the community together and perhaps have debating clubs, having public speaking opportunities where you can get young people in the community to implement these skills that are in these great non-fiction books that are practical, and then giving them the opportunity to put it into practice then enhances their learning, and they can take that into the world and find the practical application for it. Because reading is one thing, and I say this all the time on our channel, it's reading is one thing, but the application of that knowledge is what you really want. And it's only through that finding a way to apply that early is the best way to do that.
Definitely, application is key. Sayyid Bilal, what would you consider to be the importance of reading and learning within the Islamic tradition?
Well, it really starts with revelation itself. I mean, the importance of reading is that reading is a gateway to knowledge. And knowledge is something which has been emphasized in the Quran and in the Hadith as well. For example, when we look within the Quran, we find in the very first revelation, Allah says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم. So we find that over here that it says recite in the name of your Lord, the one who created you from a clot of blood. And then it says recite, and your Lord is the most honorable, the one who taught you by the pen. So, over here from the first revelation, we see as soon as Allah mentions our creation and our existence, then after that, he mentions the human being as a creation that was able to learn. So as soon as existence is mentioned, you find knowledge is mentioned after that. And then after that, we have many different ideas from the traditions. I mean, traditions many of you are familiar with, such as talabul ilm faridatun ala kulli Muslim, that, the acquirement of knowledge is mandatory upon every Muslim. So from this idea, what we can say about the Islamic tradition is that within the Islamic tradition, the accessibility of knowledge is one which surpassed many other civilizations. Because when you look at many other civilizations, you find that in history, there was knowledge that was limited to a particular caste. There was knowledge which was limited to a particular group. But you find in Islam, there was a widespread emphasis upon the acquirement of knowledge, and reading was a key method to do so. I mean, it went to such an extent that, we have the famous hadith that the ink of a scholar is greater than the blood of a martyr. Because when a martyr is martyred, he is giving his life for a cause. But a scholar is able to show what that cause is and give him that guidance. So when you look at this tradition, what's interesting is that it mentions the ink of a scholar. That although guidance can come in any form of communication, the fact that it uses the word ink, it goes to show that that knowledge which even remains after the passing of that individual carries this great blessing and this great status. Because the beauty of writing a book is this, is that as long as my book is there, and as long as people are benefiting from that book, you find that in a way that author, through that knowledge which they are disseminating, remains alive. And in the Islamic tradition, we had many great scholars, both male and female, who wrote important works. And through these works, we find that they remain alive, and it is a source of reward for them. And it's really a living tradition. And even to add to that, even when you look today, we find that the Muslim world has given a great emphasis upon reading within the seminaries as well, with great precision. That when we have a traditional book within the seminaries, there is a great level of detail, that every single word is being discussed, the subject matter of the book, the benefit of the book. So there needs to be a bridge that this level of precise reading is transitioned in towards the communities, and we're able to benefit from a regular regiment of reading.
Thank you very much. And Brother Aoun, you mentioned just before about fiction and non-fiction. So there are people that like certain types of book genres, for example, classic, fantasy, or self-improvement. What would you consider to be the benefits of reading widely and not just sticking to certain types of books?
Sure. It's such a great question, because it almost seems like people either fall into two camps. You're either the hardcore fiction, you love some Harry Potter, or you're sort of the heavy non-fiction reader that only reads self-development books. And the way that I usually approach this is, I would say I'm like an 80-20 split usually. It's sort of 80 non-fiction, sort of 20 fiction. But I think there's some learning opportunities in both. So for instance, in fiction, the thing that I think is valuable in fiction is great storytelling. And I think storytelling is so powerful both in fiction and non-fiction. But the advantages of storytelling in fiction is really those fundamental human truths. So if you look, for instance, recently we had an author come on our podcast, and she was talking about literature, specifically English literature in the early 1800s and 1900s. And they were talking about fundamental human truths from like the mental health and mental illness point of view. And you can really capture what it means to be human through great storytelling. But then if you look at, for instance, nonfiction books, specifically in the self-development or self-improvement space, there is some real benefit in that practical application, like I was mentioning before, and also in subjects, for instance, that you didn't have access to when at school. Like I mentioned earlier, at the moment, I've been reading a lot of books on artificial intelligence and topics that are relevant to what's happening right now and affecting people's lives right now. And the ability to read widely on a mass range of topics means that you have a better understanding of the world around you. And in our communities and as an individual in the world at the moment, it's critical to understand what's going on now, but also to have one eye on the future as well, to try and understand how the events and the climate right now is going to affect the world in the future. And having a better understanding of these topics is so critical, because it doesn't just affect you as the individual, it will affect our communities, it will affect our families, it will affect the society as a whole. So I think reading widely is so critical, not only for enjoyment, for instance, if you're into reading, for instance, fiction for escapism, but also self-development books and self-improvement books, or just general non-fiction books, for instance, history or politics or economics, these books that make you understand the core systems of how the world works. It's so important. And my recommendation is always to read books that you're interested in, whether that is fiction books or whether that is a non-fiction book on a specific subject, but it's also to pair that with a skill. For instance, if you're looking to improve your public speaking at work, or you're looking for practical ways to implement productivity tips into the way that you schedule your day, there's books out there on every single subject. It's funny, once you start having a look at books on Amazon, it's almost just, they just recommend you every single book based on the way the algorithm works. So yeah, I definitely recommend reading widely on many different subjects.
Thank you for that. I know personally, when I read, if it's not for revision purposes or work purposes, I struggle to retain the information. Sayyid Bilal, in your opinion, what is the most effective way to approach reading so that we are better able to absorb and retain the knowledge within the books?
That's an excellent question, and I definitely agree with On's sentiments that Amazon recommendations can be very dangerous for the wallet. So But no, as for the question, it's an excellent question. Because whenever we step into any area of our life, we try to go in with preparation, whether it's our work, whether it's, you know, going to the gym, we stretch before going to the gym, for example, or any other area. But when it comes to reading, unfortunately, we don't give that level of preparation. And particularly when we're reading outside of our area of speciality. When I read something for school or for something directly related to my work, we'll sit up, we'll take notes, we'll be attentive. But when it's anything outside of that, then, you know, sitting on a recliner with your legs stretched out isn't the most effective way to retain information. So there needs to be etiquettes. And this is why in the Islamic tradition, we find that there were works which were written under the category of adabul muta'allimin, the etiquettes of the student. And the most famous, of course, is the work called Munyatul Murid, which was translated by the Islamic College with the title The Desire of the Aspirant, if I remember correctly. So you find that works such as this, and then even in the English language, there are works that are available. I think Mortimer J. Adler's book, How to Read a Book, is an essential book because that book is really a key to other books and it shows a person how to read. So very quickly, let me summarize some of the ways that we can benefit from our reading. That from one end, there needs to be a spiritual prerequisite. And that's why when we look at our traditional books, there's been an emphasis on the reason why you're acquiring knowledge. Are you acquiring knowledge for your own benefit? Are you sincere in the acquirement of this knowledge? Are you acquiring this knowledge just to show off to others? And then we have traditions which condemn this type of knowledge. Some of them are harsh as saying that فَلْيَتَبَوَّ مَقْعَدَهُ مِنَ النَّارِ, that this person is setting up his hereafter within the fire. So we find that the sincerity of one's pursuit has an impact upon the benefit they derive from that knowledge. Because when you look at some of these works, they'll say that people are divided into three categories. Some individuals, even though they tried and they gave every sort of rational effort, they weren't able to acquire knowledge. Certain people, they acquire knowledge, but what they do, they could have done in a much shorter time period. And there are certain people that when they acquire that knowledge, it does nothing for them except illa bu'dan an Allah, except for making them go farther away from Allah. So the spiritual mindset and the intention you go into a book is important from one angle. But from the second level, you find there's intellectual prerequisites as well. I'll ask you a question. That, you know, people, they're expected to read their entire lives. But what is the last time that you took a course on reading? The last time most people, they take a course on reading is at the 5th and the 6th grade level, at the elementary level. And we see that up to that level, there is a development in the reading skill. But after that, there's a flattening of the curve, that they don't get better within the skill. So one factor of reading that we need to recognize is that reading is an active activity. And this is my first point, and this is a very important point. Many people think that speaking is active and listening is passive. Writing is active and reading is passive. But no, the reality is that reading is also active. It's not the analogy that some people like to make, that the writer is writing and your mind is a piece of paper. No, that's not the case, because a piece of paper absorbs every single thing which is written. But a more proper analogy is that it's like throwing an object and the other person catching an object. In this case, we find that both the reader and the writer, and the way the catcher and the thrower are doing an active activity, we find reading is an active activity. The second reason, the second point, and I'll be shorter on all future questions if I go a little bit over time on this question to give Brother Own time. So the second aspect, we need to ask ourselves, why are we reading? The first reason a person can read is for amusement. The second reason a person can read is for information. But the third art, which is really the lost art of the modern world, is to read for understanding. You know, it's pretty appropriate that they call this age the information age. We try to load ourselves with information, but information oftentimes can be a barrier to understanding. And that's what we need to recognize. Greater than memorizing facts is to gain understanding. And how is understanding gained? Understanding is gained by a deeper reading, a reading which requires reflection. You know, the famous scholar Shaheed Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, they asked him that, how did you reach your status? And he didn't reply by saying that I would read all day, I would read all night. He would say that 90% of my time was spent in reflection and 10% of the time was spent in reading. So the art of reflection is something which is extremely important, even when it comes to studying, right? Verbs can have an object, they cannot have an object. For example, running doesn't have an object. And Brother On appreciates the grammar point I noticed right here. But certain actions, they require an object. So in the Arabic language, the word to study is darasa. And it means to study when it comes with an object, like darastu hada al-kitab, I studied this book. But when darasa doesn't come without an object, it means to wear something out through use after use. And that's one of the beauties of studying, that when there is a book and you're really trying to understand that book, don't be afraid to read it more than one time. Don't be afraid to go back. And really, and this is the final point I'll make, is there are 4 levels of reading. Number 1 is elementary reading. That is just to understand what the author is saying and answers the question of what. The second level of reading is inspectional reading. That whenever I pick up a book, it's not that we just directly read the book, but look at the table of contents, understand the structure of the book, categorize the book, and then enter the book. The third level is analytical reading. We try to analyze the arguments of the author and understand them. And the fourth level is synoptical reading. And that is when we place this book in comparison to other books that we've read. And in that manner, we widen the perspective. And this is a whole seminar on its own. So I'll stop right here and I'll let On take the floor and Sister Zahra.
Thank you for that very detailed answer, Sayyid Bilal. I would like to move on to audience questions now, starting with a question for Brother Aoun. Many people like to read fiction books, which can enhance creativity. However, do you think it is more beneficial to read non-fiction rather than fiction?
It's a very good question. I want to just quickly pick up on a point of Sayyid Bilal's. You need a reading course of your own. I think this is an important topic because, like I mentioned earlier, it's a lot of people want to say that one is better than the other, but I don't necessarily think that's the right question to be asking. I think, as I said before, it's not necessarily to say that one is better than the other, but there is things that you can learn from both. So recently on our podcast, we had an award-winning author called Will Storr, and he wrote this book called The Science of Storytelling. And he's a journalist by profession, and he's written non-fiction books, but he's also written some fiction material. And in that podcast, we were talking about how storytelling from a fiction perspective is a lot more difficult, but there's still fundamental truths within that you can learn from. And what makes a great fiction book and even a great non-fiction book is storytelling. And storytelling is at the heart of most forms of media, whether you look at movies, whether you look at great books, whatever it might be. A great storyteller is usually a great communicator. So I wouldn't necessarily say that one is better than the other, but storytelling should be at the heart of it. Now, a great fiction book has great storytelling, but equally a great non-fiction book has great storytelling in a different kind of way. So some of my favorite non-fiction books are by authors that are, for instance, journalists by profession. So their books are just long-form journalism. Authors like Malcolm Gladwell, authors like Will Storr. These authors are able to express their point of view in such a way across 300 pages that delve into highly complex topics. For instance, in Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, he goes deep into people who are exceptional within their field, whether they be sports stars or politicians, whatever that might be, to try and analyze information. And they delve into deep senses of science, but they're able to explain it in such a simplistic way. So there's definitely things that can be learned from both, and I definitely don't think that one is better than the other. I think to follow on from Sayyid Bilal's point, it's really, why are you reading it? And it's such an important point that I try and emphasize with my audience is you need to have a question in mind before you approach any book, because one of the questions that I get a lot is, how do I keep up my motivation and how do I keep up my focus when reading? And oftentimes it's just because they haven't quite understood why they're approaching reading it. They've just opened the book because their friends told them to read it, or perhaps, you know, they've seen it on a reading list, or they just picked it up from the shelf. But if you don't have a specific reason or ask yourself a question before approaching that book, it's very difficult to get as much out of it as you can. So that's really, I think, the main thing that you need to go in before you start any book, is asking yourself the purpose behind it.
Thank you very much. And very quickly, Sayyid Bilal, this question says, we have an abundance of Islamic literature in the Islamic world. How do you see Islamic writing evolving over the next few centuries, and what can we do to ensure that it is as engaging and informative as that left behind by our great scholars?
That's a very loaded question, and there's a lot of intricacy in that. But I'll give you a general principle. Because to answer that question, that what is the future of Islamic writing, there's so many different disciplines within Islamic thought. For example, one who is an intellectual historian of Islam, there's many topics which are here today, for example, in manuscript study, that weren't there before. And because of that, there's discussions about the future methodology of historical research. And similarly, in Islamic legal theory, there's different discussions. But I'll give you a general principle. A general principle, and there's a proverb in Arabic which says, Al-Haja Ummul Ikhtira, that necessity is the mother of invention. That whenever there has been an issue, we've seen that the tradition and the way of our the traditional Muslim scholars is that they adapted to the challenges of their time period. For example, we see somebody like Shaheed Baqir al-Sadr writing a refutation on Marxism, because according to his time period, that was an issue which was a common issue. We see, for example, that with the rise of scientism and the view that, you know, the only verifiable truth is empirical reality, we find that ulama, they began to write about works called Nadariyatul Ma'rifa in epistemology, that what is true knowledge and how do we acquire true knowledge. So in the way that scholars of the past have adapted to the issues of their time period, in the same way, I see that future scholars will continue to adapt to the issues that their time period faces as well. And that'll be the short version of the answer.
Thank you very much. And just before this panel unfortunately comes to an end, could you please provide the audience with information on where to find you?
So as for me, I mean, I'm on Twitter, I'm in Instagram recently, just Sayyid Bilal Rizvi, and it's Sayyid S-A-Y. I know each of us has our own variation of the spelling.
Yes, you can find me mostly everywhere. So you can Instagram 1 Minute Book Review, Instagram Book Talk Today, Instagram Born Abdi on multiple platforms, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, wherever. Just type in my name. Loads of things, different things will come up.
Thank you both for sharing your knowledge with us today. Thank you, dear audience, and ma'a salama.
Ma'a salama. Ma'a salama.
Thank you, Sister Zahra, for those great questions. I had many of my own answered. I'm excited to get a few books myself this spring and enjoy some reading. You know, Brother Owen has really simplified choosing a good book with that 1 Minute Book Review page. So please check him out and support him. Sayyid Bilal, mashallah, you shared a plethora of knowledge and wisdom. Well done, Sayyid. While we're on the topic of Instagram, we all know social media could be used for useful purposes, but also could be a killer of productivity. You could use it to learn, or you could just endlessly watch cat videos on TikTok or browse pictures of delicious food on Instagram for hours. Our next panel is titled From Instagram to TikTok, Islamic Values and Social Media. Sister Sahar, the floor is now yours to guide us through this informative panel.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, respected viewers. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all the Muslims on this auspicious occasion, the birth of the commander of the faithful, Ali ibn Abi Talib, alayhi salam, and would like to extend, of course, my condolences on the remembrance of the passing of Sayyidah Zainab. With the goal and aspiration to enlighten the Muslim community, I am pleased to welcome you to the Spirit of the Reform Conference. My name is Sahar Jaber. I have a background in sociology, communications, and Islamic studies. I am the founder of Figs and Olives Publications and the author of But Why is the Hijab So Special?, a book that shares an in-depth analysis of the hijab for both males and females aged 8 to 14. With me here today is Sayyid Muhammad Bakr Al-Qazwini and Sister Zahra Al-Allawi. Assalamu alaikum to both of you.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Some background about them. Sayyid Muhammad Bakr Al-Qazwini has a bachelor's in sociology from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. He studied for about 10 years in seminary of Qom. He is currently based in the Islamic Institute of America in Dearborn Heights, and in 2017, he founded Al-Hujjah Islamic Seminary. Sister Zahra Al-Allawi graduated from Media and Television degree and has been personally tutored by Islamic scholars and lecturers. She has been presenting and lecturing globally for over 10 years. Her talk show, Women's View, is on Sky 831, broadcasted over 300 episodes, interviewing a range of women. It is a pleasure to be speaking with both of you today, and I'm looking forward to this very important discussion from Instagram to TikTok, Islamic values and social media. To start this discussion, inshallah, some information for the viewers of what they can expect is that there's no doubt that social media platforms have a fundamental and functional purpose within our daily lives. However, the boundaries between social media content and Islamic values are often becoming blurred. It is common today to see Muslims openly perform a sin, yet when we look at the comment section, Muslims are often in a complete dichotomy. There's either those that applaud those unlawful actions, or those, of course, that take it too far and preach in a very unrightful manner. But of course, there's also those that offer their genuine advice, but are criticized as haram police. And so this high content available identity can quickly become influenced and distorted by ideologies. So although all Muslims agree on a specific jurisdiction and guidelines, it is difficult to define the authentic Muslim identity anymore. This is due, of course, to observant Muslims who are partaking in unlawful social media interactions and the abundance of religious information and viewpoints, many of which are controversial. And so to start with the first question, we see a heightened level of engagement by Muslims on social media platforms. With this aim, both see beneficial Islamic content spread and at times more controversial and distorted religious content. In your opinion, Sister Zahra, how would you define applying Islamic values on social media?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, I would like to thank you, Sister Sahar, for that beautiful introduction. And I would like to also thank the organizers behind this program for their excellent organization. I mean, they have been amazing throughout and very accommodating. So thank you so much. And it's my pleasure to be part of this great conference. And my salams to the respected Sayyid Muhammad Bakr Al-Qazwini, whom I've had the pleasure of speaking alongside at several other conferences and programs in the past in Manchester and other parts of the UK. And I do highly value his contributions and his insight. So my salams to the Sayyid.
Alaykum assalam wa rahmatullah. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam. And I would like to congratulate the viewers on the birth anniversary of Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali alayhi salam, and my condolences on the death of our great lady, Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam. So when we talk about social media, and I'm very, very happy that we are talking about social media today, because I feel like it's very, very important that we address this topic. Because on one side, we see the great influence that social media has on our children. Our children are constantly on gadgets. They are going to grow while viewing social media. And on the other side, we have our community, which I would say there's a lack of knowledge about social media, its influence, how it's affecting the way people perceive themselves, and how it's affecting the mindsets of our children. So we have two different scales, and I feel like it's very, very important that we talk about this topic. Online, we have millions of voices which are fighting for the attention or for the influence of our children. And it's very important that we as a community then go online, and we as a community then, you know, use images, use context, use information to in line of our religion, in line with our culture and beliefs, so that we have our representation online. Now, Sister Sahar talks about Islamic values, and I will come to that later on. And she talked about the engagement or the presence of the Muslim community online. And I do believe there is a large Muslim community online, but the question is this Muslim community online to inform and educate, or are they online to entertain and for other aspects? And this is very important. I feel like there is a lack of Muslim participation when it comes to our community, our line of belief, and people that are out there to spread the correct message. Now, I want to talk about a very important aspect when it talks about engagement of Muslims and the importance of actually being on social media. You see in, you know, the lives of our prophets, you know, the way that they really grab the attention of the society is that they use aspects within society which influence society, and they use that to then grab their attention and bring them to the right path. When we see Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, during his time, what really engaged people, what really had influence on the society was, you know, eloquence. It was about poetry. It was about eloquence. So when the Quran came down, it was the most eloquent text that they had seen. And in essence, this is what grabbed their attention. This is what influenced them. We see Prophet Musa alayhi salam, during his time, it was about magicians, and this is what people were fascinated with, and what influenced people and you know, really grabbed their attention. And when we see when the miracle with his staff turning into a snake, this is what really influenced people in changing their perspective. So in this day and age, I feel like the most influential aspect in society, what's really changing the mindsets of people, the way that they perceive themselves, the way they perceive the religion, is social media. And we've seen this in the past, where social media has overthrown regimes, has overthrown dictators. We see in New Zealand, you know, there was a massacre, and they broadcasted it live on social media. Social media is perhaps one of the most influential tool out there in society. And we always complain, in the past we complained that hijab is attacked on social media. There isn't enough representation of hijab. And we need to use that same tool to then influence people and change the narrative. We need to change the Muslim narrative. If people attack hijab online, let's use on social media and the media to then spread the correct message of hijab. And if there is lack of representation, let's use the media to then represent the true hijab. So I feel like the engagement of Muslims is, you know, we need to be on social media to then spread the correct message. It's the accessibility of social media. Before, we had to pay television channels, we had to pay newspapers. I've studied media for several years now, I think 15 years since I started studying media. And back then, you really had to fight to get your voice out there. Now we have social media, which is so easy. We can get our voices out there so easily. I've recorded a video, you know, in my living room, which took a few minutes. I uploaded it online. Within weeks, it had a couple of thousand of views. That is amazing how the social media has become so accessible. We can spread the correct message so easily. So the importance of our engagement on social media is actually great. And, you know, by the way, I talk a lot, so if you need to cut me off anytime, just let me know how many more minutes I have. So now it comes to Islamic values. The problem is there is two sides to social media. You have one side, which is it's a great tool to use to spread the message. And on the other side, we have the dangers of social media. And that is upholding the Islamic values while being on social media. You know, through previous programs, the question that constantly comes up is, you know, what is Islamic values when it comes to online? And the answer is pretty simple. Whatever applies to real life will apply online. You know, hijab, the requirements of hijab is the same in real life than it's online. The requirements of social interaction is the same in real life than it's online. The problem is that when we go online, when there is a screen between you and me, people feel like that they can pose in a different way, they can dress in a different way, and it's kind of a illusion. It's not really reality when it is. So we have to always remember that whatever applies in real life will apply online, and that is the Islamic values that we must uphold.
Thank you so much for your answer. I used to always follow you as a kid, and growing up, seeing you work online, it was so inspirational to see a Muslim hijabi, you know, take the authentic narrative and run with it, really. So the next question, inshallah, is it goes to our brother here. The issue of the hijab, and if I may, the social hijab, is becoming more prominent on social media, as we all, of course, are well aware of. And Sayyid Muhammad Bakr, within an Islamic jurisprudential perspective, are there different Islamic standards for males and females that must be observed on social media?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Respected Sister Sahar and Sister Zahra and our dear viewers, it's my great pleasure and honor to be with you in this wonderful program today. One of the greatest challenges that we have on social media is to observe the proper Islamic hijab. As we all know, the Islamic hijab is a comprehensive system. It's how you talk. It's how you present yourself. It's how you view others, you see them. And of course, it's also how you dress. Now, as Sister Zahra mentioned, when it comes to social media, because there is that barrier of the screen, we feel like the values of hijab don't really apply to social media. I have more flexibility because it's not in the presence of someone physically. Because it's on social media, I am more flexible to present myself. So those verses that we have about the hijab, about lowering the gaze, قُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ يَغُضُّوا مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِمْ قُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنَاتِ يَغْضُضْنَ مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِمْ. Control how you see others. Control your gaze. I feel as if our generation does not really feel that this is applicable on social media. And this really presents to us a challenge. Because today on social media, one thing is very clear, that a large part of social media is based on the unhealthy competition of getting attention. Many people compete to get attention. That's why we post many of the content that we do. Examine TikTok today. What's happening on TikTok? I'm not underestimating the good that happens on social media, but really it's a race for attention. Can I record myself 30 seconds, 50 seconds, do something wild, something crazy that draws attention? One of the addictions that we have on social media is selfies, posting selfies of each other. Every single year, billions of selfies are uploaded to social media. In fact, studies have shown that every third photo that you take, it's a selfie. And there are people willing to do something dangerous just to get attention. You know, look up the term kilfie. It's someone who died trying to take a fancy selfie. This is happening in our societies. This is happening in our communities. And it really presents a challenge. It has become an addiction for so many people, and it's affecting our mental health. So many studies are showing that the more we use social media, the more we go through these posts and we examine the comments and the likes, the worse we feel. This is creating anxiety and depression in our younger generation specifically. So now we're talking about the hijab. And do we have different standards for brothers and sisters when it comes to the online hijab on social media? This first part of my message is to my dear brothers. Many brothers, many guys, I'll be very honest, they think that the hijab does not apply to them. Because Allah has not mandated the hijab on me, I can go on social media and present myself in any way that I want. You'll see guys posting images, flexing their muscles without a shirt, showing their six-pack. This defies the laws of hijab. It is unacceptable for a young man, any boy, any man, to post anything that's provocative. This is the Islamic guideline. If that post is provocative, it draws that negative type of attention from the opposite gender. This is strictly prohibited in the religion of Islam. And remember, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about hijab in Surah An-Nur, Allah starts with men. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands the men to start the process of the hijab by telling them to basically lower their gaze. So this is a message that I hope our dear brothers will take to their heart. Don't think that you're flexible just because you don't have to wear the headscarf, you're off the hook and you don't have to implement the hijab. No, we men, we have to be responsible. This is a collaborative effort and we have to do our part. At the same time, I do acknowledge, to answer your question in more detail, that there is a greater responsibility on sisters. Yes, because when sisters are presenting themselves, publicly on a public platform, they have to take that extra step to make sure that they are presenting themselves properly when it comes, to their appearance, the selfies that you're taking. I'm not judging anyone here. Please don't, take my words out of context or misunderstand them. I have respect for our sisters. However, the reality is, if you're posting an image of yourself and it's heavily edited and you're trying to make it super attractive and provocative, that is haram. That violates the laws of hijab in the religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, I'm not judging anyone, but it's something that we have to constantly remind ourselves. So the burden of online hijab rests on both males and females, but we do understand that females do have a greater responsibility here due to the nature of their modesty and the hijab that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed on them.
Thank you so much for that detailed response. I couldn't agree more. Even to add to that, unfortunately, what we're finding now with the social hijab is even couples, they're romanticizing their relationships so much on social media that the images and the actions that they're doing together become very provocative and very haram. So there's even a form of hijab, we can say, and a form of modesty that should be respected on social media between couples doveying each other. And so the next question, for the Muslims interacting on social media, Sister Zahra, are there direct and indirect consequences for their participation on these platforms? So how can one responsibly and mindfully use social media platforms and avoid facing such consequences?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So first of all, people need to understand that whatever you post on the internet is a public domain. So whatever you post on there will most likely stay on there. And I think sometimes when people post an image or they post a video, they do not keep this in mind, that even if you delete it, there may be still traces of that online. Now, this has become a huge problem. There was a case in London just a few, months ago, a couple of months ago, maybe 2 months ago. There's some scholars in London that were also involved, that a sister, she's very young, she's much younger than me and you, Sister Sahar. She's very young and she posted an image of herself on social media in 2012. And that's about, do the maths, I'm not quite sure, but that was quite a couple of years ago. Now back then Instagram wasn't that popular, so I think she said that she got 5 likes. So she had a relationship with a brother back then. She posted an image, she deleted the social media. It's been a couple of years later, she's just got engaged last year, and when she got engaged everything was going perfect. Somehow this image resurfaced. I think someone screenshot it and they showed it to her in-laws, and then it led to the breakup of the relationship, and some scholars and speakers got involved. And this is exactly the consequences that sometimes could happen, that people need to be very aware that whatever you post online will most likely stay there, even if you delete it. And there's been cases where individuals have passed away, and people go back to their social media and see the images, the language, the context that they have posted. It is most likely always going to be there. So when we post something, we need to really stop and think, you know, if we pass away, would we like someone to see that? Now, if you're posting something that will inspire others, even if you pass away, let's say you post an inspirational video about hijab, and you pass away and someone watches that and they end up wearing hijab, you will get the reward of that later on. If you post a video which encourages individuals to do something bad, then if you pass away and someone sees that and commits a sin, then you will also get that punishment. It's like publishing a book or writing something that will always stay there. So we have to always bear this in mind, that the impact of social media, the impact of the internet is absolutely great. And when you post something, you have to stop and think, why am I posting this? Would I later on change my mind and want to delete this from online? So honestly, I would say that social media is absolutely great. And another aspect, when I talk about consequences, this is to parents. I am a mother of 3 children myself, and an aspect which really worries me is the upbringing of the children in a world of social media. Social media wasn't around when my parents were raising me, and there's something that my mother said a couple of weeks ago that really stuck to my mind. Now, my parents had 10 daughters. I am one of 10 daughters, and when they were talking about their upbringing, I have a daughter myself now, so I was telling them, you know, I was talking to my mother about upbringing of a daughter and how you get her to love religion and hijab, and she said, Zahra, when we were raising you girls, which is us 10, she said the only time we were afraid of bad influence or afraid of any bad influence is when you leave the house. What is happening now is there is 24/7 influence drumming in the mindset of our children. You know, they close the door, there is all these images and text and aspects which is drumming into our kids' minds, and this is a great danger. And I always tell people, try to not allow children to go on social media until they are established in their identity, their religion, when they become established. So if we see images online, it does affect individuals which is our age, but at the same time it will affect individuals which are not established. Children go through the age of adolescence, and that's when they are discovering themselves and discovering their identity, and it becomes even greater in the age of social media. Now, there's 2 aspects why people the consequences and why people go off the rail. In psychology, they teach a concept, shall I say, which is called vicarious reinforcement, and that is the psychology of humans. We humans, we want to imitate others. It's within our psychology, which is, subhanallah, why Allah sent down prophets and imams as the perfect examples, because the psychology of humans, we copy others. And the aspect of vicarious reinforcement is that humans sometimes they copy bad behavior when they see that bad behavior is being rewarded. So when they see a bad aspect or bad behavior or bad attribute which is being rewarded, they then copy that. And that is what we're seeing today in social media, that you see something online and then you see others copying it and others copying it, and it becomes a trend. And another aspect is algorithm. And I think, by the way, all parents should take a role and a lesson on social media to understand the effects it's having on our children and the consequences it could have on them, because many parents are not aware of this. Their kids are faced with so much challenges, and they're not aware of these challenges that their kids are faced with. Algorithm, social media, when you do something, as the respected Sayyid said, why people are doing something that shocks others, why people are doing something which is clearly wrong, but they're doing it, is because algorithm. When you do something that shocks, social media loves it, so it rewards it even more. And we need to teach our children that it's very easy to get attention the wrong way. We can all wear tight clothing as women and get all the attention in the world, but that's not what we're going after. You know, being rewarded for something that is good. There's no images of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam, but they're pure words, they're inspirational words, is what people remember for all eternity. There's no images of Fatima Zahra alayhi salam, but her beautiful character, her personality is what people always remember. It is the intellect, it is your personality which should really shine, and that is the beauty of hijab, is that it hides our beauty, and people are forced to look at our words and our intellect. And I always tell people that there are consequences online, so be aware.
Thank you very much, sister. So, inshallah, moving forward, we don't have much time left. We have about 5 minutes left with this conversation. Sayyid Muhammad Baqir, let's say someone intends to do good with their social media account. Can I just make sure, is the internet connection going well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. So let's say someone intends to do good with their social media account. They place their intention, qurbatan ilallah, to achieve closeness to God. However, while they are using the platform, they go through dangerous curves and bumps to fulfill this intention. So such as, unlawful, trying to observe unlawful actions to attract attention, or using music. Through your Islamic jurisprudential expertise, it is known that this may become a muqaddimah lil-haram. It can become a beginning towards an unlawful action through using Instagram. However, they had a good intention. So how does one safeguard themselves from this action and ensure that they don't lose sight of their intention? And B, are there red flags for the Muslims to look out for when analyzing their intentions and subsequent actions?
Ahsantum. These are very valid concerns and questions about brothers and sisters who do have good intentions and they would like to contribute positively on social media. But as you referred to, the dilemma of sometimes being carried away or supporting something that would be haram. Now, let's be clear, my dear brothers and sisters, from a fiqhi perspective, from a legal Islamic perspective, if I am supporting pages or clips that have entertainment music, the haram type of music and dancing, that is a violation of our principles. And today, when you go on some of these social media sites, platforms, such as TikTok, let's face it, what's happening on TikTok? 70% of it is people just singing and dancing and trying to grab your attention. If I am supporting this culture and I am giving a green light to aspects of it in any way, then I am violating my Islamic principles. And I need to be very careful when I am in that situation. Now, some people ask the following question, okay, what's the harm? If I'm sitting and, seeing these clips, who am I harming? What's the big deal here? My dear brothers and sisters, you yourself gauge these consequences. When you spend 2 hours on TikTok seeing these clips, after you're done, gauge yourself, evaluate yourself. Do you honestly feel closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or no? Do you feel you have more respect for your parents or no? Do you feel you're more committed to your education or you're more distracted? These are very practical ways to constantly evaluate yourself and gauge yourself to see if these clips, if this type of social media is actually benefiting you or harming you. Now, for those brothers and sisters who have the good intention to produce good content, one thing that happens is as you gain more and more popularity and people visit your site, your page, your post more and more, we fall into the trap of what's called ujub in our hadiths. That's feeling, that self of pride. I'm proud of what I'm doing. And it could lead to a type of arrogance. It could lead to self-conceit. That's why my recommendation for anyone who's active on social media, you have to have a plan for yourself. Literally sit in your room. Maybe you can have some good friends that you trust and brainstorm. Understand how social media works. Understand how you may be influencing other pages, other people, and draft a concrete plan for yourself to stay focused that I am here for this reason. And I always remind myself of this particular reason. That way you don't get carried away. You have to constantly evaluate yourself. And if the day comes and you find yourself, you know what? I am getting more attention and popularity, and you get carried away and a feeling of, You know, pride kicks in. You have to take a step back. You have to gauge yourself. You know, this beautiful conference is centered on reform in the life of Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib has a powerful statement in Nahj al-Balagha. He told his people, I know exactly how to fix you guys. If I want to, I know how to do it. But I will lose myself in doing so. Ufsidu nafsi. I will lose myself. Some people come with a good intention. They're trying to guide others on social media. They get carried away and they end up losing their own selves. Make sure that does not happen. And Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam teaches us, how to protect ourselves from falling into these pits. One last point, and I will conclude with this point. One challenge that we are seeing on social media today is what is called hijabi influencers. There are sisters, they see that by wearing the hijab and doing something that draws attention will actually get them more attention. And in no way am I judging them. However, this is something that we have to re-examine. Sometimes the hijab is used to actually draw more attention to one's page. Ask yourself, is this something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts? Does this violate the laws of modesty that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed in our hijab? Because some sisters think, look, if I'm not wearing the hijab, I'll just be like those other millions of people on social media vying for attention. But if I have my hijab and I do some of these crazy things, I'll get more attention. This defeats the purpose, and this would be an insult to the principles of hijab. So inshallah, you'll take these words to your heart and re-examine some of this.
Truly, the idea of social media can become a bala, can become a tribulation that we should all be very aware of. Thank you so much to the respective panelists. Thank you to Sayyid Jawad Qazwini for organizing this into his team. And thank you to all the viewers. Inshallah, best of luck. Wassalamu alaikum.
Sister Sahar, thank you. Thank you.
MashaAllah. Thank you to both speakers for that informative and effective panel. I personally don't keep social media, so I've taken the easiest way out. But that being said, we now have solid advice on how to carry ourselves on social media and how we could utilize it to benefit us. Transitioning into some humor and happiness, since after all, we're celebrating the birthday of Imam Ali alayhi salam, I'm extremely excited to introduce and enjoy our next performer. He has been at the forefront of Muslim comedy for over 20 years and was one of the founders of the highly acclaimed Allah Made Me Funny tour. I personally remember watching him at my local mosque and just deep belly laughing. Brother Peter Moss, the people on that sauce, take over from here.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Let me start out by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me on the show, on the conference. I'm going to tell you guys right up front, I'm not going to be here long because this is my house. But listen, I had to come. Imam said, Sheikh said, he called me and he said, come on. Funny story, the first time I met Brother Qazwini, I didn't know there was so many Qazwinis. Let me just say that. Brother, it's like everywhere I went, there was one. Michigan, Fresno, California. I went to London. There was 2 Qazwinis. Listen, that's not the point, though. I want to say that I'm happy to be here, hanging out, and just welcoming the love that you guys are giving. And I wish you nothing but the best. All right. So I'm going to tell y'all a little bit about myself. First of all, I was not born Muslim. I just want you to know that I converted. But you know what? I'm still hanging in there. I'm still fighting the good fight. But I'm talking about the good fight, man. You know, it's just you have everything going on with COVID and the pandemic, you know, and I just had something I want to share about our children. You know, my daughter made me really proud just a short time ago and almost got me killed at the same time. We were driving down the road. This is what happened. I got pulled over by a cop. All right, so, you know, I'm telling my daughter, I don't want any problems, baby. Just be quiet. Make sure your seatbelt's on. I got my hands on the steering wheel 10 and 2. You know what I'm saying? So the cop comes up to the window, taps on the window. You know, he's like, do you know why I pulled you over? I wanted to say, because I'm a good looking Muslim, but I couldn't say that. So what I had to say was, I don't know. Brothers and sisters, he goes, the reason I pulled you over, wait for it. The reason I pulled you over is because you were texting and driving. That's what he told me. I was texting and driving. Now, I've heard a lot of things as a black man. Put your hands on your head, don't move, any drugs in the car. I have never heard you were texting and driving. And immediately, because I've never heard it before, I started to argue. I was like, sir, I was not texting and driving. He goes, yes, you were. No, you weren't. Yes, you were. No, you weren't. We get in this big tussle. And my daughter, alhamdulillah, she jumps in the middle of the argument. She goes, Mr. Officer, you are wrong. I was like, go ahead, girl. She goes, no, sir. See, my daddy was not texting and driving. I was like, She goes, He was reading his emails. I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, girl, you just like your mama. But this is a great event, man. This is a great event. You know, I remember, like I said, meeting the Sheikh down in Boca Raton. He had an event down in Boca Raton, and they were getting protested at the same time. I don't know if you remember, Sheikh. He was getting protested. Brothers and sisters, I'm nosy. I was waiting for the protest. It was in Boca Raton, Florida, which is a huge retirement community. I'm going to tell you something. I looked out at the protesters. I think the average age of the protesters was like 906 years old. I was like, you don't need to be out here protesting. Don't you have grandchildren to come out here? And it was so funny because I was like, you know what? We've got to learn to let go of things. I'm like, they were too old to be protesting. And I'm like, even that situation, I'm not a good person when it comes to dawah. I'm going to tell you why. I believe with all the surveillance of FBI and CIA, if you don't know anything about Muslims by this point in time, the problem is you. And I'm going to put this in a little bit of a showcase, if you will. As a part of being a comedian, I have to take a lot of trips up till COVID. I have to take a lot of flights. And what I do to make sure I get to where I'm going, I take a lot of early flights. So sometimes I'm on a plane as Fajr comes in. So, you know, I'm sitting on a plane, and brothers and sisters, let me add this pretext. I'm in a very good mood because I got upgraded. And you know how Muslims are when they get upgraded. They like to let everyone else know who you didn't get upgraded. So here I am. I'm in first class. I'm feeling myself, you know, and I'm saying, you know what? Allah has a sense of humor because beside me is a guy who's drinking at 5 a.m. Now, I can't say who it is, and people want to know. My name is Preacher Moss, PreacherMoss. So here I am with this guy. I'm upgrading in his first class seat. This guy is drinking, you know, at 5 a.m. And I can't say anything, brothers and sisters. You know why? Because he paid for his seat and I got upgraded. But as a Muslim, I represented for us, brother. I'm here to tell you, I represented for us. You know why? Because I'm not a punk. You know what I did to let him know I didn't approve of the drinking? This is what I did. I took the armrest and I slammed it down really hard. Bam! Just like that. Bam! Sort of like a boundary, like halal, haram, halal, haram, halal, haram, right? So we're sitting there. And what I like to do a lot of times, you know, is to relax. I like to read a little Quran. So this guy is sitting there. Now, he really doesn't like me sitting beside him because he knows I'm Muslim, but I'm black and Muslim, which means he don't want to say anything because if he says the wrong thing, he's probably going to get beat up twice. All right. So what he does to voice his disapproval, he doesn't say anything, but he makes this subtle noise. Here's the subtle noise he makes. And I pick it up. I'm like, what? He goes, and I'm not weak. I went right back at him. So we're going back and forth. So finally, I said, hey, is there a problem? He looks at me and goes, huh, you're a Muslim, I see. And I looked at him, I said, huh, you're an alcoholic. So he's quiet. He don't want any problems with me. He's looking straight ahead. He's feeling intimidated. And from a Muslim point of view, I'm like, good. All right. So he sobers up a minute. He wants to make a conversation I don't want to have. I don't like to talk to people early. You know, I don't like to talk to people early in the morning. So this guy is feeling bad. He's like, excuse me. I'm like, yes, sir. He goes, we got off on the wrong foot. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mike. I'm like, good for you. He goes, no. My name is Mike. I'm a doctor. He goes, what's your name? I go, my name is Preach. He goes, what do you do for a living? Now I'm a suspect, brothers and sisters. I don't know this guy, and we've already had a problem. He goes, what do you do for a living? I said, well, Mike, I'm a comedian. He goes, what kind of comedian? I was like, funny. He goes, no, what kind of comedian? Urban or da-da-da? Are you blue? I don't know what I'm thinking. I go, I'm a Muslim comedian. He looks at me, he goes, that's impossible. I'm like, what? He goes, that's impossible. I'm like, how's that? He says, you can't be a Muslim comedian. He said, because Muslims don't laugh. I was like, what? He goes, I don't mean to upset you again, but I work in an office full of Muslims. I never see them laugh. I said, Mike. He said, yeah. I said, they wait till you leave. Now on another flight, because people are interested in Muslims, that's why people wind up converting to Islam. That's why I think they ask a lot of questions because you're on that road. More questions you are, the closer you are to the team. This is the closer to the team. Look, the closest you are to the team. All right. So I'm on a flight, you know, and here's the other part. When I take early flights, I like to make a little dua for myself and the pilot. So in this one particular flight, I can't make dua because it's this lady in the next seat to me. It was a white lady. It wasn't racial. She was nosy. You know, nosy trumps race every time. I'm trying to make dua and I can't make dua because this lady is talking all the way through my dua like we're in a documentary or something. I'm trying to pray and I hear this from the next seat. Oh, that's interesting. What's he doing? What's he saying? Is he rapping? Why does the black man have his hands in the air? Is he robbing himself? Now, brothers and sisters, I know that what's going on. She wants to have a conversation. And in this point in time, it would have been really, really nice that I gave her some dawah. I was like, nah. I wanted to tell the lady I was praying, but no, I didn't want to make it easy for her. So I didn't say I was praying. I used my limited Arabic and I looked at this woman with a straight face and I said, she goes, what are you doing? I looked at her, I said, I was making dua. Like the Black Panther took Shahada. I was making dua. She looks at me, she goes, really? Every once in a while when I'm feeling myself, I put an extra syllable in the word that's not there. I was making dua. She turns around and goes, oh my gosh, what's dua? I was like, jeez. So I'm like, lady, calm down. Here's the deal. I don't want to go any further. I go, listen, I was praying to my Lord. This lady goes off. Oh my gosh, you pray, I pray. We could have prayed together. We could have had a prayer circle. We could have held hands and praise the Lord. And then she just stopped. She goes, you are a Christian, aren't you? I was like, nope. She says, no. I said, mm-mm. She goes, so when did you stop? I was like, this morning. Silence, right? The plane lands. She looks at me, goes, I hope you don't mind, but what were you praying for? I was like, silence. But I'm gonna tell you guys a little story. And I think it's important that I tell this story. You know, like I said, I wasn't born Muslim. I converted. I was doing an interview for some young fellas. I think it was on Thursday. And being on the program, I can understand. They actually thought I was Shia. I'm not Shia. You know, I'm not Shia. And I don't really categorize myself. People go, are you Sunni? I'm like, look, I'm going to tell you guys something. When I took my Shahada, I wasn't Sunni. I wasn't Shia. I was a Nation of Islam. I was an Ahmadi. You know what I was? I was happy. You know what? Happy that somebody in the religion came to save me where I was. I'm going to tell you guys a little story, a little culture before I get you out of here. You know what I'm saying? And this is really, really important. See, when I came to Islam, it was interesting because a brother came up to me and changed my life. He was in the Nation of Islam. Okay. And for any of you who feel like you've been prosecuted or somebody bothers you, I'm going to tell you something. I figured out why nobody bothers the Nation of Islam because whatever they say it twice to let you know they mean it. They do. I was on a basketball court at 16 years old. A black man in a bow tie walked up behind me, and these are the words he said. Changed my life. I'm getting ready to shoot a shot. This is what he said. Oh, black man, my brother, yes, young soldier. And I was like, whoa, word, that's deep. And for all you brothers out there that are not married, it works. That's how I got my wife. I almost didn't need a wale. I just walked to the sister. I was like, oh, my sister. I'm going to marry you. Going to make you happy. Yes. So there I was, and I'm going to be honest, brothers and sisters. I'm in the masjid. I'm happy about being Muslim. Well, I haven't taken my shahada, but I'm happy. I'm in a good place. Take note of this. I'm in a good place. I'm really happy, and the brother walks in, and the same brother is like, oh, black man. He said, what are you doing, black man? I said, I'm reading the Quran. He goes, what are you reading? I said, I'm reading Al-Fatiha. And he's like, what do you want? He said, you want me to? He said, let me hear it. I was like, what do you mean? He just recited to me. I was like, word? He was like, yeah. And I started reading it, and this here got me, brothers. I started reading. He goes, black man, stop. I'm like, what's wrong? He goes, brother, that's the most beautiful thing I heard all day. I was like, really? He goes, mm-hmm. He said, you ever heard of Shahada? I was like, no. He was like, repeat after me. And there I was in the front of a masjid, getting ready to take my Shahada. I'm so nervous, brothers and sisters. I've forgotten all the little Arabic and everything. Alhamdulillah, they repeated in English. I get through, I take my Shahada, and it doesn't end. I'm a new Muslim. As soon as it's finished, some brother, I don't know, he jumps up and he yells, Takbir. And like 500 Muslims were like, Allahu Akbar, Takbir, Allahu Akbar, Takbir, Allahu Akbar. And I'm sitting there like, yo, that is dope. And in my heart, I'm thinking, you know what? If I stick around long enough in this religion, one day, I'm going to get to be the Takbir guy. And I waited 2 years to try and be the Takbir guy. One day I was like, I couldn't put it off anymore. I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm going to get my Takbir in today. I've been seeing brothers for 2 years. I'm going to get my Takbir in. I was like, whenever the Imam says something good on the khutbah, I'm just going to yell Takbir. And it was almost like jumping rope, like double dutch. And I'm like, I'm going to get it in. He said something. I just jumped up. I was like, Takbir. And nobody said anything. I was like, oh, you're going to do me like that? Because when you do Takbir, you got to do the other two. Takbir. I was like, oh, I can't believe it. But that's the fun part. Plus, you get crazy Muslims that come around, and I love my crazy Muslims. And crazy Muslims come around, they want to help you. But I'm like, I know you want to help me with my deen, but I think you should work on your deen. I had one brother come up to me. He goes, I heard that you're a new Muslim. I said, yes, sir. He goes, here's my card. I was like, oh, okay, what's your card? He goes, that card right there. He goes, you call me when you're ready to be a good Muslim. I was like, yo, I didn't know it was a business. 1-800 be a good Muslim. I didn't know that. So out of fun, I called the brother. I was like, hey, this is Preacher Mars. Just took my shahada. Hey, listen, man, I'm trying to be a good Muslim. He goes, come over to my house right away. And I drove over and I get to the brother's house. I was like, hey, man, I'm ready to be a good Muslim. I'm thinking, it's going to be, some recitation or something. He goes, are you ready to be a good Muslim? I said, yeah. He said, you ready? I said, yeah. He said, are you ready? I said, give it to me. People, this guy gave me a piece of mishwak. And the sad part about it, I was like, what do I do with this? He goes, put it in your mouth. I did. He goes, you look Muslim already. I'm like, what? And the crazy part was, it was as long as my arm, people. I didn't know you could cut it. I'm walking around Washington, D.C. with a whole tree coming out the side of my mouth. You see what I'm saying? It's just the ridiculous part. So I know we have to wrap up here momentarily, but, and I hope you guys don't mind. I keep it real. I keep it real. Wherever we are, I keep it real because I love my Muslim brothers and sisters. I love our Muslim brothers and sisters. I love the community and the personality that it presents. Tell the truth. I bet you there's someone in your masjid, just like in my masjid, just around the world. It doesn't matter. It probably happened to you this Friday or before the pandemic. You can remember this. There you are. You've worked all hard to get to the masjid. There you are. You're finally sitting there. You're focused. You listen to the khutbah. The khatib is rolling. You are focused. And then out of nowhere, some brother just walks up to the front of the masjid to tell everybody to move up. Hey, come this way, please. Come this way. He tells everybody to move up. Here's the killer. Then he just leaves. He doesn't even pray. He's been doing this for 30 years. I don't even think he's Muslim. I think he just comes in on Friday, tells all the Muslims to move up, and then he goes back to his job at the airport. All right, everybody, come on. But let me wrap up, because I know you guys have a lot of program to do, a lot of program to get through, and I'm always happy to come in and celebrate Islam anywhere. You know, I like to celebrate Islam anywhere, you know, because they have so many misconceptions about Muslims. You know, the latest one I heard about 6 months ago was that ISIS was a Muslim organization. That's what I heard. ISIS was a Muslim organization. I was like, dude, that's a lie. It's a lie. You know why? ISIS has been around about what, 7, 8 years? They haven't had one fundraiser. Because you know how we are about fundraising. I don't know if you guys are going to have it on here, but I'm going to tell you something. I am a veteran of bad fundraisers. I don't know about you, but I believe everybody out here, if you go to a man or a woman, you're alone and you search your heart, you've probably been to a bad fundraiser. I'm the king of bad fundraisers. I've been to fundraisers and realized it's a fine line between a fundraiser and a hostage situation. I was in one fundraiser. It was in the hood of Cleveland, brothers and sisters. The hood of Cleveland. It was a bad neighborhood. All I'm saying is, in the rest of Cleveland, it got dark at 5:30. Where I was, it got dark at 3:15. That's all I'm saying. And they brought this guy in to do the fundraising. He was real arrogant. He didn't understand that the people are struggling. Be gentle when you ask. Be gentle. Nope. He got in front of these people. He goes, to begin the fundraising, I'd like to see someone give me $50,000. Somebody yelled out from the back, me too. But my favorite fundraiser was a couple years ago. And the reason why it's my favorite fundraiser, brothers and sisters, is that it was different. It was slick. It was innovative. They didn't have one fundraiser at the event. They had 2 fundraisers. The first guy came up. He was like the warm-up act. He was really, really short. Seriously, when he got behind the podium, we couldn't even see him. He started talking. I thought it was my conscience talking to me. He was like, please give. Assalamu alaikum. I was like, where is that coming from? Now the second guy who came up, he was a gangster. He's from Saudi Arabia. He'd been in the country like 15 minutes. I don't know where he got his English. I don't know what version of Rosetta Stone he was using that week, but it wasn't working. However, I will give my man credit. Though his English was horrible, he had a lot of confidence. And I roll with cats that got confidence. And I knew he was a bad man when he stepped to the mic, because the first thing he did was he stroked his beard for like 7 minutes. And then he began. Okay. Listen to me. Now, question. Why do Muslim brothers get a microphone and go, listen to me? That's the function of the microphone, fool. We can't help but listen to you. He's like, okay, listen to me. He goes, okay, this is fundraiser. You have the money. We need the money. You're going to give it to me. I was like, oh my gosh. And then he got happy when they were giving money. He was like, okay, we're going to build a school. It's going to be a Muslim school. It's going to have Muslim children in it, Muslim books in it, Muslim desks in it, Muslim paper in it, Muslim pencils in it, and 3 black children. Alhamdulillah. Well, listen, everybody, that's my time. Inshallah, I will be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the conference. I thank you for your time. Have a blessed day. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Keep smiling. Preacher Moss.
Preacher Moss, thank you so much for those amazing jokes. Flawlessly showing us again that halal comedy is a thing, and there's actually no need for profanity or vulgar language. Man, I was laughing so hard. I think I cracked a rib or something. That was hilarious. Thank you for bringing positivity and joy and happiness to our community. Brothers and sisters, don't forget to show Preacher Moss some love on his social media. This man will make you laugh, as you saw, and his page is really off the hook. Support him and support halal comedy. Right now, I want you all to get on social media and get hashtag Imam Ali 2021 trending. We can do it. Teamwork will make the dream work. I believe in us, and I want you guys to share your experiences. And let's please let this hashtag trend and show our love for Imam Ali. In our next panel, we will be cut a promo. Is it finance? I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Apologize. In our next panel, we will be delving into the world of finance and stocks. Recent news of extreme volatility, the manipulation of the market, and I'm sure everyone has heard of the Reddit and GameStop saga that's still ongoing. I mean, who would have ever thought that something like Dogecoin would ever exist? Yeah, thank you, Elon Musk. I'd like to now allow Sister Natalie Zughbi to guide us through our next panel, and I'm especially looking forward to this one. Sister Natalie?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, my dear brothers and sisters who are watching all around the world today. My name is Natalie Zogby, and I'll be bringing forward to you a topic relating to investments and finance. I am honored to introduce our highly respected panelists who are with us today. We have Professor Muhammad Iqbal Asariya, who is a highly recognized leading expert in Islamic banking and finance. He was a member of the Bank of England's working party set up to facilitate the introduction of Sharia-compliant financial products. He has worked on developing the FTSE Sharia Index and its constituents. We also have respected brother Nasheed Bidiji. Nasheed is the founder of Sharia Portfolio, a professional wealth management firm specializing in helping Muslims invest without compromising Islamic values. Sharia Portfolio was founded in 2003, which now serves clients worldwide. Our aim today, inshallah, is to shed some light on how to manage investments and, most importantly, managing our investments in a halal manner. As I moderate this program, I encourage you all to please sit tight until the end, where I will be asking the panelists the golden question, and we shall begin. I'll open up this question starting with you, Brother Nasheed, please. In regard to the current situation that we are all experiencing, everybody is expecting a market crash in the following year. Do you agree with this statement? And if so, what states will be hit the hardest?
Assalamu alaikum, and first of all, thank you for having me. Conferences like this give the Ummah a great place to gather and learn from each other. So thank you, and thank you to the organizers for putting this together. I do agree that there's going to be some volatility. The reason 2020 was such a great year for the stock market is because there was really nowhere else to invest. You probably heard a lot of professionals talking about this. When you look at interest rates, look at bonds, savings accounts, you're pretty much getting no return. So there really isn't a good alternative to stocks. So the stock market was the only place to really park capital. And therefore, all the liquidity out there just kept coming back into the markets and kept propping up the markets. We're now at all-time highs, and we're beginning to see some volatility. And what really started this? Interest rates. Interest rates started to go up, and we started to see 1.6% yields in the bond market. And that, of course, now means there are alternatives. So people who are investing in bonds and CDs have an alternative to stocks. However, the stock market is still giving you far greater yields than bonds will. There are a lot of stocks right now that are giving yields of 4 or 5%. There are REITs that are giving yields of around 4% now. So there's still a lot of good value in the stock market. So I'm not expecting a huge exodus from the markets. I'm not looking at, or I'm not seeing massive drop like what we saw in 2008. I don't think that there's a major systemic problem, but I do think there's going to be choppiness. I think there's going to be sector rotations, which means there are areas that have been neglected last year. There are a lot of areas like consumer defensive names, companies like Procter & Gamble, for example, that didn't do as well because they were not, in the news every day. Companies like Tesla, Zoom, these are the names that really took off, the COVID plays, if you will. So we may see some rotation this year out of some of those type of stocks and into some of these other names that were neglected. Even airlines, for example. Look at Southwest Airlines. It's up 70% in the last 6 months. And at the same time, Tesla is down pretty substantially just in the last few weeks.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that for us there, Brother Nasheed. Professor Muhammad Iqbal, would you like to mention anything there?
I just like to say that compared to previous times, the banks are a little bit more better capitalized. So with the new administration in the US, the lending of banking regulations has come to a halt, and there's a flow to the whole situation. So yes, there will be volatility, but as economic activities up, then company profitability will also pick up, and that will under market values. Nasheed has said bonds are now not a one-way. So go up, bonds will go down, and the whole investment structure of the last 40 years is under question. However, we expect a major crash of this sort.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing there. And thank you to both of you for sharing your knowledge on that matter. The next question will be directed to you, Professor Iqbal. You are a leading expert in this matter. Could you please share with us in what circumstances is the stock market haram?
In principle, the stock is never haram because it is an investment, risk investment into shares. So in Sharia terms, that is fine. You are not doing anything wrong. If on the other hand, you indulge in short-term trading too much with the intention of short-term trading only, it may become questionable, although very difficult to say when it becomes haram or questionable. Because what you're investing in is long-term growth in those companies. You are putting your money, potentially even expecting to lose the whole of it. It's not underpinned by anything. Kind of activity is never haram. The only thing which creates problems in the stock market is that if you invest in companies which deal in haram products like alcohol or gambling or pornography and so on, and there the screening come from.
Professor Iqbal, we are having a little bit of difficulty hearing you there, so we might come back to this question here. We will move on to Brother Nasheed. Now, Brother Nasheed, considering you are the CEO in an investment firm, could you please share your view on this question for us? What is your view on investing in cryptocurrency? I mean, we're all going crazy over this term, right? And should we or should we not?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it is something that a lot of people are talking about right now. So let me start off with a quick background on the topic. Cryptocurrency is a virtual currency that is based on blockchain technology through a decentralized network. So one of the defining characteristics of cryptocurrencies is that they're not issued by any central authority, and therefore they avoid government interference and manipulation. They're criticized for often being used for illegal activities and exchange rate volatility. However, they're praised for inflation resistance and transparency, again, due to the blockchain technology. Cryptocurrencies are very volatile. partly because they're very thinly traded and also because there's no particular asset backing, such as gold or the strength of a government. Tesla announced that they plan to accept Bitcoin for their cars. When more companies begin accepting cryptocurrencies as a form of payment, this will really help stabilize the value of the currency. We may still be far away from that, but we're continually moving in that direction. The space is evolving, but at the moment, it is very speculative. People often think of investing in shares to be just as volatile. However, whenever you buy shares, you are becoming a part owner of an existing business. It might be a very small percentage, but you are a business owner. As such, you have to approach investing in stocks the same way you would approach investing in a friend's business idea. If someone came to you and said, hey, you should invest in this concept, this new startup idea that I've got, you're probably going to ask quite a few questions before you get into that. Things like, what makes this company different from any other? Who are your competitors? How strong is your management? What are the assets and cash balance? How much do you make every year? There's probably 100 other questions you would ask before you invest in any kind of startup or new business venture. You can do the same when choosing a stock to invest in. Companies have some intrinsic value. It's your job as an investor to study the company you're investing in and to try to buy the shares below their fair market value. And this is what makes investing in shares and stocks a little bit different from cryptocurrencies, because cryptocurrencies don't have that backing. But as I said earlier, once more and more companies start to accept payment, there may be a little bit more stabilization. But right now, it is a very volatile area, and we prefer to wait until things stabilize in the cryptocurrency world.
Yeah, thank you so much for mentioning that there, Brother Nasheed. I mean, many of the things that you had mentioned around the questions that we should ask prior to actually investing, some seem to, not ask those questions. So thank you for actually focusing on that part. Brother Nasheed, while I have you there, I also have another question. What do you suggest we do to move from haram, forbidden, to tayyib, wholesome investing?
Great question. One of the things I was talking to Dr. Iqbal the other day about this, and in the past, a lot of people would say that we don't have alternatives, we don't have anywhere else to invest. That is not the case today. There are a lot of Sharia compliant offerings, both services and products around the world. We have our own line of ETFs, for example. We have 3 publicly traded ETFs on the New York Stock Exchange that allow people to have an investment in either stocks or sukuk, which are Islamic bonds, or real estate. So you have 3 products right there, and this is just our firm. There's so many other firms also offering their products and services, not just in North America, but around the world. So we do have the solutions available to us. So it's no longer an excuse to say that, well, there isn't an alternative. Now, the other thing to think about here is, as a Muslim, do you go to bars? Do you visit casinos? Probably not. So why would it be okay to profit from those ventures? You can invest while avoiding things that are not per your own personal values. So when we invest in Sharia compliant investments, it doesn't mean we're sacrificing return. What we're giving up is investments in sinful areas like gambling and adult entertainment and casinos and alcohol, these kinds of things. So we do have those alternatives, and just as one of the comments I hear from a lot of people is, I don't really want to go to this halal restaurant because they also serve alcohol, even if their meat is zabiha. So in your own stock portfolio, are you investing and profiting from some of those areas? We can't really criticize the restaurant owners for selling alcohol if we ourselves are profiting from alcohol sales through the mutual funds that we invest in. So I think that this is a very timely and important consideration, and I think we have very little excuses to not avoid those areas.
I'd also throw this question over to Professor Akbal as well. Welcome back. As we were talking with Brother Nasheed, this question for you also would be really interesting to understand your view. What do you suggest we do to move away from the haram to tayyib, wholesome investing?
Okay, sorry for the connection issues, which is one of these occupational hazards of Zoom and online meetings. Anyway, I think as Nasheed has said, and we were discussing only yesterday, that over 10 years, a lot of my students have done work in this area and back-tested some portfolios and shown that really there is no performance penalty in investing in only Sharia compliant stocks. In fact, there may be benefit. So in that case, the argument that you will lose out is gone. The question is, how do we make sure that we are investing in things which are halal, which are permissible, and increasingly now young people are asking which are wholesome, which are tayyib as well, so that we are looking at responsible finance, looking at climate change, environmental issues, sustainability, and so on. And as I was sharing with Nasheed and you yesterday, in fact, our studies show that if you have a common core of Sharia and ESG stocks only, you will do better than both separately and better than the normal index as well. So really, the argument that either it is not halal, it is not profitable, or I'm losing too much, I don't want to be halal to lose too much, is gone. The only question now to answer is this: can you become obese on halal junk food? If you can, you have a problem, right? So how are we going to make sure that junk food is controlled in your portfolio or similar positions? If you still continue to become obese on halal junk food, then you have a problem.
Thank you so much for sharing that there, Professor Akbal, especially that great analogy for us to understand. As we reach the final moment of our session today, as promised, we do have our golden question, which will be presented to the panel. Brother Nasheed, would you mind answering this question for us? And I believe we would all love to know this. Where do you advise our audience to invest now and in the near future?
Well, that's always the million-dollar question. And when we have a situation like what we're seeing now, where there are sector rotations happening, where there's more volatility and speed bumps in the market, even if we're not expecting a major drop, where do we put our money? One of the things is that a diversified ETF portfolio is a really good place right now while we wait for things to settle down. So the Sharia compliant ETFs I mentioned earlier, and I saw someone here was asking, what are these ETFs? I would recommend take a look at sp-funds.com, and you'll see 3 of them right there. But the concept is that one of them is a Sharia compliant index of the S&P 500. So you're probably all familiar with the S&P 500. Those are the 500 largest companies in the United States. And this is followed all over the world. A lot of mutual funds are constantly trying to beat that index of 500 stocks. So we decided, and we saw that on average, 20% of mutual funds actually beat those that index. So we thought, instead of trying to beat it, why don't we just be the index and beat the funds 80% of the time? So our stock ETF, the symbol is SPUS, it is basically just the Sharia compliant stocks within the S&P 500. And one of the things, as Brother Iqbal was mentioning, when you do the back testing, the returns are really incredible. I mentioned this to the folks at S&P 500, and initially they didn't really believe me, and they said, we're going to look into this ourselves. And when they did, they called me 2 weeks later and they said, you know what, we really want to partner with you on this. The returns look fantastic and we want to be a part of this. So their name is actually on all of our ETFs. And Just to give you an idea of how it looked last year, the S&P was up about 16%. The Sharia 500 was up about 26%. So like Brother Iqbal said, you don't have to sacrifice returns to be Sharia compliant. And index funds like these, and not just ours, but others that are out in the market, they're a great place to be in a situation where the markets are getting to be a little bit turbulent, because it gives you some diversification. Instead of putting all your money into 1 or 2 or 3 companies, you can be in a couple hundred of them and still do well overall without having to take extraordinary risk.
Thank you for sharing that there. Professor Iqbal, did you have anything to note on that at all before we reach our closing?
No, I just small comment. When people may not make a distinction between investing in individual stocks and investing in an ETF or an exchange traded fund. What an ETF does is to give you exposure to a wider area than specific stocks you have chosen, and protects you against fluctuations in individual stocks, right? So I think it's a much more, well, it won't double or treble like one stock may, but steadily it will over a period of time give you a much more steady and safer return than individual stocks can. So I think Naushad and his group have done very well to go for ETFs rather than just doing a managed portfolio of stocks, individual stocks and things, which is a different business altogether. So I think, yes, that's the only thing I wanted people to just look up. They could search for ETFs and understand what ETFs are as opposed to individual shares.
Perfect, thank you. And that's the answer to our golden question for today. Thank you so much. And as we reach the end of our session, to our audience, if you have any questions that you wish to send through, please direct them to either Professor Iqbal's email, which is MIA, MIA@afkar.com, and or Brother Naushad's email, which is naushad@sp-funds.com. I would like to thank you both for your time today. I mean, inshallah, you are rewarded immensely for sharing your knowledge, and we really appreciate you taking your time to share your advice with us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you for having us.
So Natalie, MIA stands for missing in action, yeah?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
If there's one thing we share, we the lovers of the ones under the cloak, it's that pride we feel whenever we are reminded. It's unique, a positive, warm feeling steeped in gratitude. Deep down, we all know we're not worthy, but the warmth in the heart, the pride we feel when we hear his name and claim him as our own, as Islam's first and not fourth. The pride we feel when people like Dr. Henry Stubb describe him as just in all his actions, or Gerald de Gouy when he says he was brave in battle, true to his friends and magnanimous to his foes, or Wilfred Madelung who praises the generosity he showed to his defeated enemies, or Charles Mills who describes him as the Aaron of a second Moses. The list goes on. Thomas Carlyle, Edward Gibbon, Sir William Muir, Simon Oakley, Washington Irving, George Jordak, and on it goes. But how have so many failed to see the gate to the city? How did they miss the one who lifted the gate of Khaybar, the one whose door was left unlocked, the one who gave charity as he bowed, the one who walked away from Marhab, the one who slept in the Prophet's bed, the one who didn't run away, the one who counseled his enemies, the peak of eloquence, the champion at Badr, Uhud, Khandaq and Hunain, who fed the poor at night, the father of the youth of paradise, the one who was begged to lead, the dot under the bar, the Naba al-Azim, the one and only born inside the Kaaba. If that's not enough, turn to chapter 2, verse 207, or maybe 781, or 2082. If not, how about 58:12 or 13:43? Try 66:4, 36, 361, 454, 483, 76:8, 42:23, 53, 554, 555, 33:33. How can they not see? O Prophet, deliver what has been revealed to you from your Lord, and if you do not do it, then you have not delivered his message, and Allah will protect you from the people. This day have I perfected for you your religion and completed my favor on you and chosen for you Islam as a religion. Who are these verses about? 1400 years separate us, but he is forever our pride and honor. We claim him as ours. They kill us for it, but we still remain. When we embrace him, logic and ration soon fade away. Insane exaggerators we are often labeled, but drink from his fountain and taste for yourself. As he said to Kumail, what sprinkles on you flows within me. He is Nafs al-Rasul, Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam al-Muttaqeen, Madhar al-Ajaib, Asadullah al-Ghalib, Maulana Ali ibn Abi Talib. Most of us know we're not worthy, but he is still our King and glory.
I can't explain. I've tried, but I'm tongue-tied. Inside of me, a part of me tried to hide from the mighty figure that is Ali. For before him, I am meaningless, worthless, knowing that nothing is worth less than a man who feels he is too great for the love of Ali. Like a man whose hatred for Ali outweighs his mental capacity. Like a man who fears love and his connection to divinity. For there's nothing like a man who was the first to heed Ahmed's revelation and accept divinity. A man who from his cradle never prostrated to an idol, unsurprising when his cradle was the symbol of God's unity. A man whose sword struck through Amr ibn Widd al-Amri, who lifted the gate of Khaybar because only Allah was greater, who stood on Muhammad's shoulders as he destroyed idolatry, whose scale of justice was such that he would not sleep full when others were hungry, such that he would carry his sword by his side to seek to murder poverty. A man whose love has made kings of an oppressed minority and still allows it to spill into the ummah in its entirety. It surprises me, not that his birth split the Kaaba, rather Ali split my heart in two, stepped inside, built a shrine, golden dome that became like home, a sanctuary for lovers and sinners, beggars and preachers, losers and keepers, winners and weepers. It'll make prophets out of disbelievers, make the broken-hearted who fear love more than hell itself become love itself, in love with the Prince of Believers. Ali, Ali, the beacon of truth and the walking Quran. He is the book in flesh in the Bible, Torah and Psalms. Let his name sit on the tongues of those who seek prosperity, because a lifetime can be lived in the call of Ya Ali. His name is not confined to the walls of Najaf. I hear it on the tongues of all. Whenever justice is sought out, for the name of Ali they call. When a soul weeps for stolen land, I hear that soul cry out for Ali. When skin becomes a burden, I hear that skin cries out for Ali. When cages are force-fed children, I hear the children call out Ali. When the sea cannot carry souls to refuge, I hear the sea call out Ali. In the prisons I hear Ali. In the ghettos I hear Ali. Where there is poverty I hear Ali. Where there is destruction I hear Ali. In fearful hearts I hear Ali. In broken hearts I hear Ali. Where there is death I hear Ali. And where there is hope I hear Ali. For Ali is a symbol to all of God's infinite justice justice and never-ending mercy. And know this, wherever there is Ali, rest assured that there will be nothing but victory.
Thank you, Brother Nasheed and Professor Asaria, for such an intriguing, stimulating panel. Sister Natalie, you did a great job and asked many of the same questions I had myself. Thank you all for that. May Allah grant us all halal rizq and guide us to make fruitful investments. We've now come to the most important and highly anticipated segment of the day, the Keynote Address, by none other than one of America's favorite congressmen, the knowledgeable and highly accomplished Representative Al Green. Congressman Green has time and time again voiced the grievances of American Muslims to legislators in Washington and has stood up and defended the name of Islam despite any criticism he would face. A special thank you to the respected Brother Lutfi Hassan and Congressman's personal friend for helping arrange this. Congressman and Brother Lutfi, thank you both in advance for all you do for our community. I will now allow our respected brother, Mr. Hassan, to take the floor.
I'm standing here today in solidarity with the Muslim community because of the injustice that's being perpetrated against Islam. But I stand here to support Islam today, one of the great religions of the world. To demean Islam by adding the word terrorist with it is an injustice to the religion. Islam is a peaceful religion. This is why I'm here, because I want to make it clear that Islam does not condone this. We should not be talking about Islamic terrorists. Why not call them what they are? People who commit dastardly deeds, and if you do it in the name of a religion, that doesn't make what you do a part of the religion. My solidarity with the Muslim community for justice, because I understand what it's like to be a part of a community that is treated unjustly.
Video of my friend Congressman Al Green. Assalamu alaikum, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us for this historic occasion, the Imam Ali Conference, celebrating the spirit of reform hosted by Maulana Sayyid Jawad Khizvini Group, who tirelessly work on social, political, religious, and humanitarian issues with the aim to provide a platform for American Muslims to advance political, social, economic, and religious goals important to our community. Maulana Sayyid Khizwani and his associates have for years made it their mission to provide American Muslims a forum to foster interfaith unity, to participate in civic and political responsibilities, to dispel misgivings about Islam and Muslims, and to help fellow Americans better understand Islam through the Quran and the teachings of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam. Special thanks to Ummah, Ahlul Bayt TV, Baron Hotel Group, and 35 other vital partners and sponsors who have joined Maulana Sayyid Khizwani and his associates for this great effort in organizing this global conference on behalf of the Muslim community. And here we are today, celebrating the values and teachings of Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam, the cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad, for which this conference is in honor of. We continue to use his teachings as an example in establishing a regime based on justice, democracy, and encouraging knowledge. In fact, long ago, Imam Ali wrote a long letter of guidance after appointing Malik al-Ashtar to be governor of Egypt. He advised the new governor that his administration will succeed only if he governs with concern for justice, equity, probity, and prosperity for all. The very same fundamentals in which American democracy was founded upon, former Secretary General Kofi Annan and many other statesmen have quoted his letter in their speeches to follow Imam Ali's guidelines to govern. As you all know, we have just finished what was arguably the most critical election of our lifetime, and the implications were enormous. Nobody felt the urgency as deeply as the Muslim American community. The outcome of last year's election and all elections going forward will impact critical issues for us, both as Muslims and as Americans. As everyone knows, the previous administration has committed a litany of actions that have meant to discriminate against the Muslim population and has directly deepened Islamophobia and increased hate crimes in this country. The last election was a referendum on the policies of the past 4 years. It's important we show our strength together as the Muslim community. Now, look, we may not agree with the president on all the issues. I don't need to tell you that. We rarely agree amongst ourselves on all issues. But Muslim Americans will have a seat at the table in this administration. Already, engagement with the Biden administration have yielded results on issues critical to our community, including the ending of Trump's travel ban and the targeted violence and terrorism prevention program, strengthening hate crimes data collection and reporting, and ensuring that watch list and no-fly list programs do not continue to adversely impact individuals or groups based on national origin, race, religion, or ethnicity. These and many other commitments were made because of the engagement of an increasingly active and civilly minded community made up of Muslim American leaders. Following the teaching of Sorry, I'm getting muted here. Following the teaching of Imam Ali, this civic engagement in our duty, not only as American, but as Muslims, because neglecting this duty renders us complicit in the election of leaders who spread racism and Islamophobia. And of course, today we are joined by a very special guest who is very dear to me, and I've had the honor and pleasure of introducing him at various forums in the past 16 years as he has been serving in Congress. He has known our community very closely. He is a member who have visited our various centers and mosques, including IPF Mosque in Houston, when he was hosted by our great leader, Marhum Maulana Sayyid Zaki al-Suwaij, for iftar right after the inauguration of the mosque. If you could bear with me a couple of minutes, I'll try to do justice to cover the key elements of his career for those who do not know him well enough. Our honored guest this evening is a man who, on January 3rd, 2021, took the oath of office to serve the people of Texas's 9th Congressional District and began his 9th term in the United States House of Representatives. As a veteran civil rights advocate, he has fought for those in society whose voices too often, like the Muslim community, are not heard. He currently serves on the Financial Services Committee as well as the Committee on Homeland Security. On the Financial Services Committee, he serves on 3 subcommittees: diversity and inclusion, housing, community development, and insurance, as well as the oversight and investigations, where he holds the position of a chair. On the Committee on Homeland Security, he serves on 2 subcommittees: emergency preparedness, response and recovery, and border security facilitation and operations. Within the Democratic Party, he holds the position of assistant whip. Born in Louisiana, in New Orleans, Louisiana, his family taught him the importance of positive preparation through education and righteous resistance to overcome persistent injustice. He attended Florida A&M University, Howard University, and the Tuskegee Institute. Without receiving an undergraduate degree, he enrolled in the Thurgood Marshall School of Law, where he earned his Juris Doctorate in 1973. After graduating from law school, he co-founded and co-managed the law firm of Green, Wilson, Dewberry, and Fitch. Throughout his career, he has enjoyed the respect of his colleagues as well as wide cross-section of community leaders who have praised his legal skills, impeccable character and ability to work with people of diverse background. As a testament to his exceptional service to the community and in recognition of his outstanding professional achievement as well as his superior leadership ability, he has received numerous rewards and accolades. Steadfast in his commitment to serving the communities he represents in Congress, he is a member of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, which is CAPAC, as well as the Congressional Black Caucus, CBC. As evidence of how truly blessed he believes he is, when asked, "How are you?" he often responds, "Better than I deserve." And of course, on December 15, 2015, he announced on the House floor in front of all his peers and constituents that he stands in solidarity with the Muslim community. Please let me welcome my brother and my good friend, our leader, Congressman Al Green. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. What a wonderful thing to have a friend such as the Honorable Lutfi Hassan, who has been with me from the genesis of my journey, for the most part, to Congress, and has stayed with me. And I say it's wonderful to have such a friend, because sometimes it's difficult to maintain friendships with people who tend to be a part of the avant-garde, who tend to be on the cutting edge, who tend to believe that the words liberty and justice for all means liberty and justice for all, who tend to believe that government of the people, by the people, for the people includes all of the people. My good friend has stayed with me through the good times, but more importantly, through the very difficult times. And for this, I will always treasure his friendship. I'm grateful for this great honor that you have accorded me, the preeminent privilege, the superlative pleasure, and the splendiferous honor to speak to you today. It is a wonderful thing to have people who are willing to sit, listen, and hear your words. People have many things that they can do in life, and listening to another person is not something that they have to do. So whenever I am granted this privilege, I never want to take it for granted. I want to maximize the use of it. And I want to make sure that the words I share are words that are meaningful to those who have taken the time to listen. I promise not to be long. I promise to take questions. And I hope that what I will say will have a positive impact on some of the persons who are listening. My message to you today is a very simple one. It is one that you don't hear a lot. It is one that is meaningful even if it is ignored. My message for you today is simply this: your time has come. Your time has come. Do not expect this to be published across the length and breadth of major newspapers and news stations, if you will. Your time has come. You have been involved in the trenches. You have worked behind the scenes. You have financed campaigns. You have done all of the things to help people rise to the occasion. I remember my friend Congressman Mickey Leland, who was a mentor to me, reminding me that great people always rise to the occasion, but the greater people make the occasion. You have been the occasion makers, and much of what you have done has become very beneficial to this country. You were there to support M.J. Khan here in Houston, Texas, the first Muslim elected to city council. Many people thought that he would never win, but his time arrived. He felt in his heart that it was there for him and for the community. He did not run to hold public office, he ran to make change. Your time has come, and it is time to make the change that can make America even greater. I believe that the really big things, the things that change the world, the things that are done at a time when most would say they cannot be done, they are done with the heart. The big things are done with the heart, with courage. Dr. Martin Luther King was a great orator, but there were other great orators of his time. Dr. King was an intellectual, but there were intellectuals of his time. The thing that set him apart from the other intellectuals and great orators was his courage, his heart. He took positions that others knew they could take, but did not. They dared not do so because they were waiting on the perfect time. They were waiting on all of the stars to align. The stars most often align once you have made the decision. Before the decision is made, the stars are rarely aligned. And you must believe, as I do, and we should, that if you are taking a righteous stand, if your desire is to bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice, we have to believe, because we are believers. We have to believe that there will be an alignment. For some, it would be chance and circumstance, but for others, it can be divine intervention. But there will be an alignment that will make a difference. I assure you, there was no one that I knew who believed that Barack Hussein Obama could become president of the United States of America. No one. All of my friends. We thought that it would be appropriate to support him because he had the courage to do it. We knew that he had the credentials. We knew that he could make a difference, but we supported him for the most part because he had the courage to do it. And the stars aligned after he became a candidate. Our time has come. Your time has come. Do not wait for the perfect time. Take advantage of the time that exists. Do the things that you know can make a difference, and the world will recognize your righteous deeds. I will mention two more persons. You obviously are aware of Congresswoman Omar. Congresswoman Omar came to Congress because she had the courage to run, and she had the knowledge and the wisdom and the belief that it was not only winnable, but that she could make a difference. She didn't run to hold a position, nor did Congresswoman Tlaib to hold a position. They ran because they wanted to make a difference. And if that is the basis for a movement, if that's the reason, the rationale for doing something that others would dare not do, you can make that difference. So my honor to be with you and to share with you just that simple thought. Your time has come. And I would hope that in my lifetime, the reality that your time has come, I would hope that in my lifetime, I would live today to see the day that on the Capitol grounds, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States of America would stand facing the Washington Monument on a very cold winter day. The Chief Justice would raise his right hand and have a person stand in front of the Chief Justice, him or her, to stand in front of the Chief Justice and have that person extend the right hand into the air. And when the Chief Justice finishes with his oath of office, I will have lived to see a Muslim, a person of the Islamic faith, become president of the United States of America. Your time has come. We have to, but only have the courage to move in a righteous direction. I believe, I believe, I believe, and because I believe, I do. Your time has come. And I thank you, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Congressman. What a fabulous speech. It's so inspiring to listen to you. I would like to pose a couple of questions that have been submitted. Are you able to hear me, Congressman?
I hear you quite well, and I thank you so much for your kindness. So ever so much. Thank you.
You are so dear to all of us, Congressman. Our community celebrates that we have actually someone, a leader like you, that is guiding us. So we are indebted to you for your friendship, and I want to thank you one more time for your kindness and your friendship. Let me pose this question. A couple of questions have already been submitted. With the understanding about how important participation in the electoral process is, how exactly do the Muslims community participate?
Thank you. You are already participating. I would suggest that we add another phrase to the question. How do you participate at a different level? Because you have supported persons who are now in the White House. And I don't mean simply as persons who are there to aid and assist the president and vice president. You have supported persons who now occupy the top two offices in this country, president and vice president of the United States. I believe that the next level of participation is to run for office. I believe that we should select persons to run, and we should do all that we can to support righteous candidates who want to run for office who happen to be of the Islamic faith. I believe that when you select, the next step in the process is to elect. Select, elect. That means that we've got to do all that we can to make sure that those persons get the votes that are necessary, the votes that can make the difference in an election. Select, elect. And the reason we engage in selection and election, because at the end of the process, there is something called collection. And the collection does not mean that you are in it for selfish reasons. It means that you're there to make sure that there's never a Muslim ban. It means that you're there because you want little boys and girls who grow up in the Islamic faith to know that when we say anyone can be president, it includes them. So we have to start with selection, then election, and then we can show the world the extent to which persons of the Islamic faith, who are persons desiring peace and prosperity for all, how such persons can make a difference. But it takes courage. Someone has to run for governor. Someone has to run for attorney general. Someone has to run for district attorney and county attorney and Congress, as has already been proven to be the case. But it is time, and we should not allow the stars to align before we acknowledge that it's the time to do the right thing, and that is to run for office, to make a difference, not to hold a position, but to make a difference, a positive difference.
Fantastic answer. The second one is, how do we as Muslims do our part to fight Islamophobia?
We as Muslims, and by the way, I'm Christian, but I say we as Muslims because, quite frankly, the tenets, the righteous tenets, are the same for the religions. Righteousness transcends the caption that we frame ourselves with. So I and we as Muslims, we have to demonstrate with our words, deeds, and actions that our righteousness is worthy of consideration, that our righteousness is greater than that which divides people, such that they are excluded. There will be difficult times. I don't pretend to say to you that it's easy to do these things, but I say to you that there is great joy in doing the righteous things in life, especially when these righteous things bring you to a different place in life, such that you can be of help to other people. So I would simply say, let us continue to demonstrate with words, deeds, and actions who we are, and the rest will fall into place.
Thank you, Congressman. We'll take one more last question, even though there are more questions coming in, and due to time constraints, we'll have to make this the last one. How do you believe foreign policy factors for Muslims in a Biden administration?
Well, I think that foreign policy is important in any administration. Dr. King gave us some sage advice. He said that we must learn to live together as brothers, and I would also include sisters. We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or we will perish together as fools. This is what foreign policy is all about. Learning to understand that we must live together in peace. We are no longer in a world wherein we can assume that leadership of the superpowers is something that can be misused and abused with impunity. The world has changed so much in my lifetime and yours, my dear brothers and sisters. It has changed so much that it is a fragile place. And if nothing else, we should understand from the previous administration, and I don't want to become overly concerned with the previous administration, but I think this is a good time to use it as an example. We should have learned, I believe, just how fragile the relationships in the world are, and how fragile the democratic principles that we cherish in this country are. We never thought we'd see an insurrection in Washington, D.C. Prior to that January date. I did not. I knew that there might be a protest and a demonstration, but not an insurrection. And the previous administration did not value diplomacy. Diplomacy is the art of maintaining peace. It's the art of being able to understand the other person's point of view and also having that person share your point of view. We have to live with sovereign countries now, many of whom have the power to change the world as we know it in an instant. In an instant. Please do not become fearful of what I'm about to tell you. Don't become fearful. Let it lead you to greater understanding, because I'm about to tell you something most significant. We live in a world now where even a minor nuclear device can create chaos unlike we have never seen. No one knows what capital markets would be like the day after. No one knows what the boundaries will be the day after. So diplomacy has to prevail over kinetic actions, because if we fail with diplomacy, we may not be able to put the genie back in the bottle such that we will have the normalcy that we desire and appreciate. I think that the Biden administration, to be more specific, has demonstrated a desire to extend the hand of friendship to all. The Biden administration has extended the hand of friendship to Iran. The The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is something that the Biden administration puts value in. That is a peaceful protest. Pardon me. That is a peaceful approach to having sovereign countries continue to maintain their sovereignty, but they respect the sovereignty of others. I believe in the Biden administration. I'm supportive of the Biden administration, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to fail to speak my thoughts when I think that there is something that ought to be challenged. I think this is why I'm elected, to not only support, but to be a part of those who would want to see change and who would speak up when the change that we seek is not manifesting itself in its proper time. But I think that this president is going to do well. He was in Houston yesterday. This is a very long answer, so please, I know your time is short. I just share this. He was in Houston yesterday. I had an opportunity to be in his company along with colleagues. And I observe people closely when they're in my environment. And just to be with him and hear him speak of family and talk of what his father, the sage advice his father gave him and his mother gave him, and to hear him speak of how he wants to help people. That's a kind of domestic diplomacy that I like. And that's the kind of domestic diplomacy that leads to international diplomacy that will help us to maintain a world order that will allow all sovereigns to respect each other and still maintain their sovereignty. And I thank you for allowing me to have that very long answer. But I hope that it in some way satiates your desire to understand my position as it relates to diplomacy.
Thank you, Congressman. You are very kind. Your answers have been very educational. Lastly, I would like to congratulate you on the COVID Relief Fund, $1.9 trillion. This is an unprecedented amount that has been passed through the House. I know you stayed up very late to vote, and I want to thank you for supporting, obviously, this COVID Relief Fund bill, which was badly needed. And with this, if you could...
May I have one comment to this, what you just said, if I may?
Yes,
I promise to be terse, laconic, pithy, and concise.
Sure.
Dear friend, the most important thing in that piece of legislation, above and beyond all else, is the fact that it gives hope to people.
Yes.
It gives hope and it brings help. The help is important, but you don't want people to lose their hope, to live with such uncertainty that they don't understand what their destiny has in store for them. There's this question about, do you know why the cage bird sings? I know why the cage bird sings, because the cage bird wants freedom, and the cage bird wants to use his wings to fly and to enjoy the freedom that God created for birds. But I also know something else. I know why the cage bird doesn't sing. When the cage bird loses all hope, the cage bird no longer sings. A sadness envelops, and as a result, the bird simply wastes away. Well, we cannot allow this to happen in this country. This $1.9 trillion is all about making sure that we have a good economy, that we take care of the health needs of people, but more importantly for me is to give people a belief that their hope is going to be realized because there will be help. Thank you again.
Thank you, Congressman, for your time. And we will probably wrap up the program now. I want to once again thank Syed Jawad Al-Khizwini for organizing this. He has been working hard for several months now in putting together this fabulous global international program. And I hope to continue to support his efforts in the coming years, and I hope and wish him all the best. Thank you so much, Congressman, for joining us. God bless you.
Thank you.
I feel so motivated after that talk. It was a truly moving and soul-touching address. The Muslim community appreciates all it is that you do to serve our community and to bring our grievances to the attention of lawmakers and legislators at Capitol Hill. Thank you so much, Congressman Green, and thank you, respected Brother Lutfi. You are embodying the true spirit of reform, and we all support you and stand behind you in our efforts. Thank you so much, both of you. The next panel we have on our agenda is titled In Pursuit of Islamic Studies, the Seminary or Academia. We will explore the two contrasting but very important worlds of the Hausa or Orthodox seminary versus a Western academia and institution of higher learning setting. I'd like to now hand off to my dear brother and personal friend, Haj Rida Nikumenesh. Haj Rida, the floor is now yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على محمد وأهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Inshallah, you're all doing well. Welcome to our session on Islamic studies, where we will be discussing two paths: the Hausa or traditional Islamic seminary and Western style academia. I would like to thank all of those who are putting in hard work behind the scenes both today and leading up till today, ensuring that this amazing program would become a reality. And would especially like to thank Sayyid Jawad Al-Qazwini for his including us visionary effort. As Sayyid Jawad mentioned in his welcome address, one of the aims of this conference in creating such a diverse space was to break down any barriers set up by racism or tribalism or ethnocentrism or any other ism that divides our community. We're all here for one purpose: to serve Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through honoring his honorable and noble servant Amir al-Mu'mineen Imam Ali alayhi salam. May Allah grant us all the honor of his ziyarah in this life and the blessing of his shafa'ah in the next. So in the spirit of reform and the spirit of honoring this voice of human justice, I would like to recognize that many of us today are listening or watching from land that was stolen from indigenous communities. I come to you from the land of the Yokuts people. We honor those who cared for this land long before we ever arrived. My name is Reza Nikumenesh, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Islamic Cultural Center of Fresno. Additionally, I serve on many boards and councils dedicated to racial and economic justice. One of those many roles that I'm honored to serve in is on the Executive Committee of the Shia Muslim Council of Southern California. Alhamdulillah, we are a people of a faith, of a religion, of a community which boldly, clearly, and directly guides us and commands us to seek knowledge, to continually strive to learn. Allah states in the Holy Quran in Surah At-Tawbah, verse 122, that during military expeditions to protect Muslims and Islam, quote, there should separate from every division of them a group remaining back to devote themselves to the studies of religion and warn the people when they return that thus they may learn to guard themselves. And the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave. It's clear that in our faith, we are meant to seek knowledge. We are joined by two lifelong examples of dedicating one's life to seeking knowledge and the pursuit of greater understanding. I will introduce these two esteemed gentlemen, and then we will engage this important subject matter. First of all, let me introduce Sayyid Hadi al-Qazwini. Sayyid Hadi is a scholar and an intellectual historian of Islam. MashaAllah, he has advanced training in traditional Islamic seminary in Qom, and academically, he received his master's in Islamic studies and leadership from Bayan Claremont, an American Muslim academic seminary in Southern California. And now he's just about to complete his PhD work at the University of Southern California, where his research begins in classical Islamic theological and legal thought and extends into bringing this rich intellectual legacy into conversation with Muslim experiences in and with modernity. We are additionally honored to introduce Dr. Abbas Qadim. Dr. Qadim leads the Atlantic Council Iraq Initiative. He previously held senior government affairs position at the Iraqi embassy in DC. He was a senior foreign policy fellows at Johns Hopkins University. He served as an assistant professor of national security affairs and Middle Eastern studies at the Naval Postgraduate School. And he was a visiting professor at Stanford, mashallah. Among his writings, two of which are directly related to our conversation today, was his book, The Hausa, Under Siege, Studies in the Ba'ath Party Archive, and also his PhD dissertation, where he delves into the scholarship of Sheikh Mufid and other scholarly giants who worked to establish the seminary systems as we know it today in the Shia world, entitled Politics and Theology of Imami Shi'ism in the 5th Century Hijri, Baghdad. It's a mouthful, it's tremendous study. These are two scholarly giants among us living today. I'm so honored to welcome both of you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, thank you.
My first question is for Sayyid Hadi. There is a great benefit to all learning, and we believe that Allah surely blesses and raises the honor of those who strive for knowledge and understanding. Being that you have extensive studies both in the Hausa and in academia, can you please share with our audience some of the main similarities and some of the differences in these two paths of learning? You have 5 minutes for this response, inshallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Sayyid Jawad al-Qazwini and to the entire team of organizers, everyone who has worked tirelessly to put this fantastic conference together. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you all for all of your efforts and all of your work. It's truly a pleasure for me to be joining you in this conference and on this panel, especially with the esteemed Dr. Abbas Qadim and you, Haj Raza. To answer your question about the similarities and differences between the Hausa or the seminary and academic approaches to the study of Islam, you know, I like the way that you framed the question, thinking about similarities and differences, because I think if we think about some of the similarities between these two educational systems and educational approaches to the study of Islam and Muslims, it really helps us avoid some of the sometimes the cynicism and the mistrust that may be there lurking beneath, or sometimes even expressed you know, externally, outwardly, publicly, between these two educational systems and those who participate in these systems of knowledge production. So when we look at similarities, I think there are a lot of similarities. But maybe I'd like to point out three, I think, important similarities between the two systems. One, I would say, is that both the seminary, the Hausa, and academia, you know, both are committed to an appreciation of sort of and a real commitment to knowledge production. A lot of time, a lot of effort is given by scholars, by practitioners in both the seminary setting and the academic settings to a commitment to knowledge production. Knowledge is taken seriously in both the seminary and in academia. So this is one similarity, an important similarity. The second, which is related, is that both systems can be very rigorous and very challenging and also very intellectually stimulating and rewarding. You know, when I think about my own experiences in both the seminary in Qom and here, you know, in academia, graduate studies, I look at my own examples and I think of how rigorous and challenging both educational systems were for me. And at the same time, how rewarding both were. So this is really an important similarity that we have to keep in mind as well, that both are, you know, rigorous, they're challenging, and they are rewarding and stimulating intellectually. And third, the third similarity is that both engage in a type of peer review process. That is, the degrees that are granted, you know, in universities and colleges and other educational institutes, academic educational institutions, the ijazas or the licenses that are given in the seminary to produce and to continue to produce and transmit knowledge, you know, publications, debates, these are all formed, you know, they are important aspects of each of these educational systems. It's not just scholars independently working to produce knowledge and to translate and transmit knowledge, but it's really a peer review process in both of those. So those are sort of the main similarities, I would say. As far as differences, and I'll try to be you know, concise, inshallah, so I can stick to the time that I've been allotted. The differences really are in the method and the approaches and the types of questions that are asked in each setting. So I'll give you a quick example. If we look at the Hawza or the seminary system, the seminary system usually engages in what is known in sort of the academic study of religion as the insider approach to the study of religion or the study of Islam. And basically what this means, I'll give you an example. You know, many seminary students, they devote a lot of time and effort to the study of theology, discussing God's existence, arguments for God's existence, proof for God's existence, discussions related to God's attributes, our relationship to God. They do so from an insider perspective or an insider approach to the study of theology, which means that they study theology for the sake of better understanding their own relationship with God. They study law and legal theory for better being able to implement and observe one's responsibility before God. So this is sort of the insider approach, how scholars and students in the seminary approach the study of theology, the study of law, the study of Quran, the study of hadith, all of these things. Academia, on the other hand, takes a different approach, largely takes a different approach. Of course, Islam can be studied from various angles and in various disciplines. So it can be studied from the humanities perspective or a social science perspective. It can be studied within those disciplines, you know, from a sociological or anthropological or political theory perspective. It can be studied from the perspective of history or religious studies. So there are many angles, many disciplines that religion and Islam in particular can be studied from an academic point of view. But altogether, the approach that is taken is the outsider approach, what is known as the outsider approach. So one may examine certain theological or legal discourses, but does so in their historical context to understand their development in their historical or their socio-political context. So, for example, an example of this approach would be to look at the titles of the works that were produced by Imami Shi'i theologians and jurists in 5th century Baghdad, you know, something that Dr. Abbas Kalam is an expert in. It's also an area that I work in my academic study of Imami Shi'ism. So one looks at the titles of works that were produced by, for example, Al-Sheikh al-Mufid, Al-Sharif al-Murtada, Al-Sheikh al-Tusi, other major scholars in a particular time and a particular space, to try to figure out what was going on. What were the important topics of conversation and debate during that time and in that place? And that kind of gives us an idea of what was happening on the social or political or economic spheres. And so the approaches and the questions that are asked form the major difference between the Hausa approach to studying Islam and the academic approach to studying Islam.
Thank you, Sayyid Hadi. I appreciate so much of what you shared. I think a takeaway was that whether you're taking an insider approach to studying theology or you're looking at it from a historical or geopolitical approach to understanding how faiths developed, either way, they're both taken very seriously in both sectors, and I appreciate that. My next question is for Dr. Khadim. Though you formally haven't partaken in study in the Hausa, you spent 25 years of your life in the proximity, basically a stone's throw away from the seminary in Najaf. That undoubtedly had to have drawn you into conversations with and made your life one surrounded by seminarians, which clearly had to leave a mark on your approach to education and your understanding. Additionally, you've spent your life in academia. So my question for you is, Dr. Khadim, what do you see as the major similarities between and the differences in how one studies Islam both in academia and in the Hausa? And you have 5 minutes for your response.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation. I would like to thank everyone who worked very hard and diligently to get this conference going, and it's been wonderful and very impressive of what has been accomplished so far, and we look forward to the rest of it. It's an honor to be on this panel, and I'm glad that you asked the Sayyid first. He has captured everything in a beautiful way, so almost got all my work for me. I would like to basically look at it from a different way. I mean, I agree with everything that was said, and if I may add to it, one difference, or let's look at the similarity first. And both of them, as the Sayyid mentioned, they do. Okay, is there a problem with the sound?
No, I believe that we should be okay. I do hear you well.
Okay, because I got for some reason there is some.
Yeah, you can put that down to the side because I do hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, I've been getting messages that no one can hear, so that's again. Let's go back to our trail of thought. So again, the similarities, as Sayyid Qazwini mentioned, basically what we have here is two different endeavors of seeking knowledge. Both of them are very rigorous, as we just heard. Both of them are interested in achieving excellence at the best levels, and both of them are undertaken with a great level of inquisitiveness and interest, and with the highest curiosity to seek knowledge through the cutting edge kind of methodology and studies. Both of them examine the questions and the issues and the text and all of that, wrestle with the material that is being studied. But certainly, I think the differences are in the purpose and also in the setting of the studies. In addition to what my brother just mentioned, and these are important elements. So I may add to them this idea of what purpose do you go into each one of them. You go into the university to get a degree and pursue a career and get a job. Basically, there is a teleology to your endeavor. You enter and you pay money and tuition, etc., and secure whatever way method to pay it, and then you are expected to graduate within a number of years to pursue a career. What we have in the seminary in the Hawza, it's a different story. You are not going there for the sake of getting a degree or of graduating in some form or shape. You will find counterparts to it in the West, where we go to divinity school and one could pursue a bachelor degree or a master degree or even a PhD. But it is different in the Hawza. There you study for your own self-gratification. There isn't really any way of sense of measurement of how much knowledge you attain. You are the judge of how far you are going and whether or not you are satisfied with your progress, with your pace, and with your work, and you set your own goals and pursue them. That is a great difference between the two in the setting itself and in the purpose. One does not go to the Hawza to get a job or to get a degree. One goes to the Hawza to learn and to gain expertise, and then yes, you might pursue or have a goal and an ambition to become an accomplished scholar, but that is not that's completely different world than what we see in the academic world. In the academic world, it's very much canonized. It is measured by steps and paces and a time measure for it. The measure for the seminary school is really to go and measure yourself by how much knowledge and how much you still have to get attained in order to distinguish yourself. One cannot call himself a religious scholar by simply passing an exam or spending a number of years of study. Far from it. You have to prove yourself in an unmeasurable way, in a way that is more fluid, more arbitrary, if you will, to the outsider. Yes, there are rules inside. For the people who are inside the Hawza, they know how to. But for the outsider, when you look at it, it looks more arbitrary, more fluid, more loose as a system. Now, recently there have been attempts to canonize the seminary studies, to probably, especially in Iran, I think still Najaf is not pursuing that. But it is there is this sense of following the old system of Islamic education, when students 1,000 or 1,400 years ago used to go to the mosque or to the house of the scholar or anywhere else in town, in any corner of a building, and you study with that teacher, and for no purpose other than just learning from that person. And when you finish with everything he is teaching, you can go to the next teacher and so on, or you could study with more than one teacher at the same time. And then there are no credits to collect or transcript to really put under your belt. All what you have is how much you can, or how can you prove yourself among your peers. That is the purpose and the setting. I think with the university, because again, it is for the purpose of getting knowledge is not the end, but it is a means to an end, to get a job, to build a career, to distinguish yourself, whatever you want. While it is not about that in the Hawza, it's about knowledge is the end, and it is one is not in a hurry to get that paper in their hand and say, I made it, I graduated, I attained all the knowledge I need, now I can go and work with it. And that is, again, it's different philosophy for each one of them. And that difference of philosophy is stemming from the purpose of why one goes into either way of education, and also that philosophy dictates what kind of a setting you have. I don't know if I finished my time, but
yeah.
if I
Thank you,
may
Dr.
have,
Khan.
yeah,
So,
if
yeah,
I have,
you take the time.
yes, if I can just give an example, take a look at someone like a Grand Ayatollah Sistani. Okay, now he went to Iraq in the at an early age, and he spent the time needed, and in about beginning of the 1960s, he attained the level of a mujtahid. And from the 1960s all the way until 1992, he did nothing more than just sitting and serving as a student with his mentor, Grand Ayatollah Khouei, patiently teaching maybe a class when Sayyid Khouei is not there, or leading the prayer, but mainly taking more classes from his mentor in fiqh and in usul. Give me one PhD holder who would sit with his dissertation advisor for 30 years after getting the PhD for the sake of learning more from him, with that patience, and just keep denying completely every opportunity to go and set his own path. I think in that story of Grand Ayatollah Sistani, it gives us all of the difference between the philosophy, the purpose, and the end game for everyone who goes to which side of the education.
Thank you, Dr. Qadem. This was an amazing way to transition into our next set of questions. You talked a lot about approaches and outcomes. So we understand that the Hausa studies and academic studies, though one might want something very similar as an outcome, they have two different trajectories or paths, and therefore they have inherently different approaches, which guides us to our next question. The theme of this conference is reform. Imam Ali and reform. How can we move forward? How can we progress as a community? That theme of reform insinuates that we, not only as individuals, but as a religious community, we are capable of reform. Reform is something that we should be continually striving and working to attain. So the next question is for Dr. Qadem, a 3-minute response, and I know that's going to be difficult. What are some lessons that the Hausa systems throughout the Islamic world can learn from Western-styled academic studies, particularly when it comes to the study of Islam?
Well, a couple of things actually, and they really can be taken from the presentations that both of us have made, but the differences and similarities. I think this will be more in the differences. You could learn from what is different on the other setting. I think the Hausa, with the passage of time, I mean, when both of us have studied the history of Shiism from the classical age until now, and probably Sayyid Qazwini would agree with me when I say that the Hausa studies and the seminaries have narrowed their focus with the passage of time. If you look at the preoccupations of older scholars from 1,000 years ago, 1,300 years ago, with the scholars today, the Hausa is focusing heavily on the jurisprudence and the principles of jurisprudence. That's fiqh and usul. There are other issues studied in it. Maybe you could find, depends on who allows you to study philosophy, maybe others, but everything else in addition to the fiqh and usul will be studied under the tools the scholar would like to learn or would have to learn. These are not for the purpose of getting expertise in them, but more learning them to advance your expertise in the two major differences. So I think the seminary can learn from the modern style, Western style university type is by injecting some breadth in the knowledge and the sciences that the student would study and would be exposed to, rather than going into that tunnel vision of going towards the fiqh and usul al-fiqh. The other issue is basically to look at other methodologies and other advances, even in the sciences that are being studied. I think a lot of what is being studied is in a way outdated and needs to be brought to whether it's the logic studies, whether it is even the Arabic grammar and Arabic sciences. They need to look at different measures. There have been cases where some people in the house that tried to and to a certain sense, sometimes they succeeded very well in developing the scholastic work and the pedagogical work. Certainly, one could probably highlight a very great update that we've seen with Ayatollah Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, who for the first time introduced a textbook in Usul with his book on Usul, the Halaqat al-Thalatha. Before that, he says it right there in the introduction that all of our textbooks before are books written by scholars for scholars, and the student is lost when he studies Kifayat al-Usul or other great books from great scholars, because then you will need commentaries on these and commentaries on the commentaries, and still it is scholars writing for scholars, and the student is lost, and you are at the mercy of who explains it to you. I think a lot of these are still there. The textbook culture and the educational culture can be there. Also the measure. Especially now, if you look at Iraq, maybe Iran is less, but look at Iraq, and I would argue even to a certain extent in Iran. Who is to tell this is a faqih, or this is an ayatollah, or this is an accomplished scholar? It is really completely arbitrary, and that confuses the people who are relying on these kinds of measures. It's easy for me now to hire somebody who is a graduate of any discipline from a university. I know where he studied, what kind of grades he got, and or she, and then we can measure the attainment of knowledge in that person based on which university, what they studied, and what kind of grades they got, and how what setting they did. In the house, it's very hard. There isn't really that kind of tracking of what. So it really boils down to what other people say about this person. So the introducing measures to knowledge and more trackability, if you will, or ability to track the level of education, especially when it comes to people who are trying to make use of the expertise and knowledge of this person. If I want to ask someone or a question, or if I need to attend a speech or something like that, I need to know what the level of education this person has. There is a lot of complaints, especially outside the house, that this is not really measurable. So these two things, and I'm sure that there are others that I will leave for Sayyid Qazwini to highlight.
Thank you, Dr. Qadem. I appreciate that you talked about a breadth of information, a breadth of knowledge. Hopefully making our seminarians more well-rounded is an amazing thing that we can move towards. Our time is running short. We have another question, and then we're going to wrap it up. This one is for Sayyid Hadi. On the other side of the coin, what are some of the lessons that Western-style academic Islamic studies programs, including the ones such as the Academic Islamic Seminary that both you and I are graduates of, could learn from the Hausa systems in the Muslim world? You have 3 minutes, inshallah.
Sure. Thank you for that question. Again, I think to sort of piggyback off of Dr. Abbas Kadhim, his excellent presentation, I think that there's a lot of room for improvement, of course, and as he said very well, those who are familiar with the history of these institutions of learning see that they have developed in various ways over the course of history. And in fact, even when we look at the academic study of Islam now, or academia in general in North America, especially in Europe and other parts, Many of the most prestigious universities now began as educational institutions that were strongly affiliated with or exclusively, teaching, religious traditions or affiliated with various religious traditions, and then developed over time. Some of them, going completely into secular fields of knowledge, others retaining a portion of, divinity schools or other sort of relations with religious traditions. I would say, what academia in general can learn from the Hawza is two things really. One is this issue of mentorship, and Dr. Abbas Kadhim said this very beautifully. He gave the example of these two high-profile scholars in the seminary, in the Shi'i world, religious leaders who continued their journey of knowledge after for a long period of time, for decades. And so there's this idea of mentorship that is prevalent there in the Hawza. This special relationship that develops between the educator and the student, between the teacher and the student. I was fortunate enough to experience this myself with my own Hawza professors and my own Hawza teachers, whereby it was not just me attending class, gaining information, maybe asking a few questions and then moving on, but there was a strong bond, a strong relationship that forged between educator and student. In one example, I had the privilege and honor of studying legal theory, usul al-fiqh, or principles of jurisprudence, the advanced level, with Ayatollah Sayyid Munir al-Khabbaz, an excellent scholar in the seminary of Qom. And I remember that he himself actually began the initiative of having me and a group of other students from that class actually go to his home, beginning once a week. In the evenings, we would go and we would spend a couple of hours with him, in debate and discussion. And then it turned actually into 2 sessions a week. This does not normally happen in academia. The relationship between professor and student is one that is strictly professional, even if the two may know each other personally. Of course, this is not always the case. Again, going back to my own experiences, I've been privileged and blessed to have educators in my academic studies who have also been mentors to me. But I think that in general, this is something that academia can learn from the Hawza. And second, very quickly, is I think academia can really learn by appreciating the lifelong commitments of Hawza scholars and the holistic approach that Hawza scholars and students have to Islamic knowledge. Many spend decades, sometimes their entire lives, pursuing Islamic knowledge and doing so with absolute dedication and sincerity. And I think that that's something that academia can learn from, in appreciating those lifelong commitments and sort of the holistic, what we would call in academia, the interdisciplinary. It's true that many students focus on jurisprudence or legal theory, usul al-fiqh and fiqh now, but most students, they begin their Hawza education by being exposed to, at various levels, of a range of Islamic disciplines. Whereas in academia, in most cases, most who study Islam and Muslims don't necessarily do so from an interdisciplinary perspective, but really focusing on one discipline. So those are, I think, 2 areas that academia can definitely learn from the seminary system, from the Hawza.
Thank you, Sayyid. We learned so much about both systems of understanding and education, academia and Hawza, both which bring so much blessing and wealth of knowledge to our community. I want to again thank both of our esteemed panelists, Dr. Abbas Kadhim and Sayyid Hadi Qazwini. I want to thank everybody involved in every aspect of this amazing program. I don't know everybody involved, but I know 2 unsung heroes. Number 1, Sayyid Mahdi Diyaddin, who's been very involved in making sure that this all moves smoothly, and also Sayyid Muhammad Rada, who was an amazing MC for all of our panels throughout the day. Please, we understood and we spoke a lot about methods of study, paths of study. I think it's, in my humble opinion, from listening to both Sayyid Hadi and Dr. Kadhim, that probably the best, if one has the ability to do so, is to do both of them, to spend some time in academia and some time in the hawza for the betterment of the entire community. And whatever path one takes, I think we can all agree that striving, struggling, sacrificing, seeking knowledge, searching for truth, delving into the wisdom of those who laid out their lives to expose truths, to highlight understanding. Allah blesses all such efforts, and there's nothing more worthy of striving for than knowledge. As we leave, we remind you of the beautiful riwayat of Amir al-Mu'mineen, alayhi salam, as we celebrate his life, who said, knowledge is better than wealth, for while you have to protect your wealth, knowledge protects you. May we all live out this ideal in our own lives. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tayyib Allah anfasakum, Sayyid Hadi and Dr. Abbas Kadhim. So you've motivated many youth within our audience to now pursue the route of religious academia and to take on the life of seminary studies. We now have reached the end of this amazing event. I hope you've all enjoyed today, and I appreciate every single one of our amazing viewers. To our official sponsor, the Baron Karbala, we appreciate your support, and we pray for your continued success in the servitude of the Zuwar of Imam Hussein. To our partners, Ummah and Ahl al-Bayt TV, we appreciate you for spreading awareness and ensuring the successful outreach of the Imam Ali conference. I'd like to remind all of you that tomorrow will be another amazing day packed with the world's top speakers and entertainment. We're going to have Preacher Moss tomorrow again. Please join us for entertainment, learning, and wisdom. And don't forget to get that hashtag Imam Ali 2021 trending tonight. We can do it, and I'm counting on you all. With that, we will be ending our day. Thank you all. It's been an honor for me, and Assalamu alaikum, Ya Ali Madad.